transportation and opportunity for decades to come. The bridge is a symbol of progress, of innovation, and of the bright future that we are building together. If we hold on to the hope and promise of tomorrow, we will understand that this bridge is a lasting symbol of maritime economy jobs. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome you to City Hall and to our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Rick Barrera with Summit Church, Texas. Pastor.
Good morning, everybody. It's my honor. I want to thank you, Mayor and council members, and Mr. Zanoni for this honor of being here with you. I also want to wish Councilwoman Campos a very happy birthday. You make 29 look good. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Most heavenly and gracious Father, you who are perfect in love and just so wonderful to us each and every day. We thank you for the privilege of serving this community, this beautiful community that we get to call home. As we assemble in this place, I thank you for each and every leader in this place that I'm surrounded by. And grant this council wisdom to listen and courage to speak boldly but respectfully. Discernment that sees through any unclear situations, and humility that's for the greater good. Where there is disagreement, bring clarity and unity. May the speech in this chamber today reflect the grace and compassion that you have towards us each and every day. And may the decisions that are going to be deliberated here today, Lord, be in your perfect timing for the good of this community and ultimately for your honor and for your glory, Father God. Pray, Father, that the work that's going to be done here today ultimately lead towards peace, Father, and progress for all. And we ask this in Jesus' mighty and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Sophia Alonso Cantu. She is a senior at Roy Miller High School. She's a top academic student, plays both the drums and the piano.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Sophia, and good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Everett Roy.
Present.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. That'll take us to Section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We do have a captioned item to talk about an award that our Corpus Christi water team recently received. But I did want to highlight the success of the city team in providing services to our community in this cold front that just came through. I think it's warming up a little bit out there, but over the past 4 days, the city has provided tremendous service to the community. I want to thank Michael Rodriguez, Deputy City Manager, Chief Wade, who's here, was instrumental, Chief Markle, our ELC lead, Jace Johnson, is here also with us, and then over 250 city employees who don't do this for a living, you know, what we did over the past 4 days. So they stepped up, they worked overnight. They didn't get a chance to go to HEB like we all did because they were helping the community. So in addition to the refuge centers that I'll highlight in a moment, our city teams paid close attention to animal care operations, to our seniors, making sure they had food, and we did several welfare checks on seniors. We made sure we had water security and security in electricity and natural gas. So those are just a few. I'm sure there's many others, many other services that we provided, some small, some big. But in terms of the emergency refuge centers, we put our plans into motion last Wednesday after it was pretty certain from the National Weather Service that we would in fact be in some deep freeze conditions for several days in a row. This time we opened our Ben Garza gym as a refuge center, which was very popular given the proximity to other services in the area. And then we want to thank Del Mar College. They let us use the Del Mar FEMA Dome at the Heritage Campus off of Old Brownsville. Our refuge centers opened, they were supposed to open at 5 on Saturday, but there were already lines of folks, so we opened them up at 3, and they stay continually open through noon today. We're going to close them down for this event at noon today with some lunch to go for the patrons that are there. We also provided pet care, and so at one point we had 10 dogs at the 2 locations and 2 cats as well that we took care of. And again, those are city employees, many of whom are back at their regular jobs today. We really want to thank them. Over 200 employees provided work that they traditionally don't do to provide this service. We couldn't do it alone, so we had 16 partner agencies as well. And I just want to highlight them because they often don't get highlighted or recognized. So I already mentioned Del Mar College. We want to thank them. They had their cleaning crew there at the college. We didn't ask them to do that, so that was nice. They gave us the facility. Plus, they had cleaning crews that normally service the campus were there helping us. The Good Samaritan Rescue Mission, of course, the Salvation Army, Mother Teresa, Metro Ministries, Dismas Recovery Center. They helped us with shower services, so we want to thank them. The Free Store, I don't know if Marilena Garza, yeah, Marilena's there. They provided free clothing and food at each of the centers. We want to thank Marilena. The RTA, of course, their transportation was perfect this time around, almost right at the door, drop-off service. AEP Texas was a partner, making sure power stayed as a priority at these refuge centers and really across the community. The National Weather Service, we want to thank them. Our Coastal Bend Humane Society helped us with the pet population. 2 agencies helped us with additional food. They volunteered. We didn't ask them, but their names are Feed the Sheep. And then this is a long name here, but Royal Sovereign Imperial Court of the Texas Riviera Empire. Somebody said that's a heck of a name, but they helped us out with some food for the patrons. And then Laredo Taco Company helped us with tacos for one of the mornings, and the Coastal Bend Food Bank, and of course HEB, without even asking, helped us with water and other supplies, so we want to thank HEB. So our 2 refuge centers, as I said, were open midday Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then they closed midday today. So at this time, we put together a short video just to recap everything. We're going to roll that now, and then we'll see if there's any comments from the council.
During the recent cold front impacting South Texas, the National Weather Service issued a winter storm watch for the Corpus Christi area, with conditions expected to bring significantly colder temperatures and dangerous wind chills values overnight. As colder weather approached, residents were urged to take precautions to protect people, property, pets, and plants, and to remain informed through local weather updates and guidance from city and emergency officials. Overnight refuge centers opened at Ben Garza Gym and the Del Mar College Windward Campus FEMA Dome.
So we have a cold weather refuge set up here at the Ben Garza Gym. We also have another one at what we call the FEMA Dome at the Del Mar West Campus, just to kind of help out and keep people out of this horrible weather.
These locations provided warm indoor shelter, meals, sleeping and bathing accommodations, transportation assistance through the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority, and accommodation for pets. All city departments coordinated efforts to ensure each location was secured, staffed, equipped, and operational throughout the cold weather event.
Essentially, any stop they get on, they just need to let folks know that they want to go to the emergency refuge center, and then the bus drivers will ensure they get to the right locations. The main rotation is going to go from the South Staple Street Center to directly to here, and they'll get dropped off right in front of the building.
These emergency shelter operations require coordination across our entire city. A city team of several dozen leaders have been working all week to prepare for the 2 shelter operations that we have here. In all, it'll take over 300 employees just to operate the 2 centers from today, Saturday, all the way through Tuesday afternoon. These employees don't normally do this, and so this is extra work that they're putting in. They're giving up their weekends. They're giving time to us and away from their families to care for those in our community who need help.
In addition, the city's partner, the Good Samaritan Rescue Mission, operated continuously. Multiple daytime warming centers were also made available, at city libraries and senior centers across the community.
We're city-run staff. We're here to support, and we're just happy to do it.
Clear and consistent communication was provided to the public through city news releases, the city website, social media, 311 services, and partner agencies. Through these coordinated efforts, this city was able to assist 100 individuals at the Del Mar FEMA Dome, 115 individuals at the Ben Garza Gym, and was able to accommodate about 10 pets total. For the warming shelters, approximately 20 individuals on average were supported with a warm space to stay. The City of Corpus Christi remains committed to protecting public health and safety and ensuring residents have access to essential services during severe weather events. The City of Corpus Christi wants to thank its employees and partner agencies for their professionalism and the commitment to their community.
We appreciate them. I want to personally thank them. We'll be doing more to thank them as well, but this is tremendous, and the only way we can do this is with our employees through the organization, through all of our departments coming together to provide this invaluable service for our community.
It's a great video.
Yeah, real nice video. I want to thank the communications team. They came out in the cold
Yeah.
just to kind of highlight it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great video,
Yeah.
Peter. Thank you. And I want to say, you know, it's I want to, like you said it all, but our team, that's not what they're trained in, and everyone stepped up. I spoke in length to. I didn't even realize. You know, I thought it was Parks and Rec, and you know, the one young man, he's in finance.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I work in finance. And I thought, wow, so, you know, he's volunteering to do this. And I just think it was an amazing effort. These are the highlights. But when you're there and you recognize how many people absolutely need somewhere to be and somewhere to go, it's heart-wrenching. And so our team, and thank you for your leadership, because you were constantly on phone calls, you know, weather calls. I mean, I was on them with you, but you were on more than I was. And so thank you, Peter, because this takes a lot of coordination. And it isn't just our team, as you mentioned. It's so many partners, and we couldn't have done this without them. And it's about taking care of people. At the end of the day, it's just about taking care of people. So I'm very, very proud of our city team. I hope they're all listening. Thank you for everything you do. Of course, our police and fire, Chief Wade and Chief Markle were both, you know, on it, and all of your personnel. So it's an amazing effort. I'm so proud of our team. Thank you. Councilman Scott.
Peter, thank you for letting me go out yesterday. Short window, right? I hope I stay out of the way. What I saw was the best of us, right? It was amazing.
Yeah.
I saw people from HR, right, finance, of course, and by the way, Robert Dodds, perfect. This mountain of a man stepping up to some of our clients, gently putting a hand on the shoulder, right? What can I do for you, right? It was amazing. I wanted to say thank you to our partner agencies. You're amazing. Amazing. Thank you to our employees. I don't know why. It was emotional because it's amazing. It's just people helping people. It wasn't politics. It wasn't, you know, how much getting paid, not getting. These are people helping people. Now, I will tell you the highlights. The highlight of the experience for me was the client who had a cat on a leash. That person needs to be in charge of something, because if you can manage a cat on a leash, I want you to come train all of my animals, because I thought the animals were great. I mean, the clients were great. Our employees were great. Just say thank you. Thanks.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, thank you and for leading the staff with these initiatives. They're incredibly important. I do recognize, as I think our teams did, that this was more than a cold snap. This was a severely, potentially dangerous period of time. And the lives that we were able to touch through the efforts of our team, making this a priority, that's that many more that are here today. And so thank you and our staff from the bottom of my heart for making this a priority and taking care of some of our most vulnerable citizens. I did also want to take a moment and recognize a couple of our first responder teams specifically. in coordination with our substation in Flower Bluff, we've been working really hard to help some of those community members out there. And I know that under Lieutenant Harrison's leadership, he has had teams going out consistently throughout this entire storm, checking on people, doing wellness checks, seeing if he can offer rides to the stations. Those, I sincerely believe, made a big difference, and I'm so thankful to the teams for that, to Chief Wade for taking the call, and being willing to stand up another 5 locations for warming centers during the day on Sunday, which was one of the coldest days. And I know that comes at a cost, but for taking the call and making it a reality. So thank you, teams. We have another one coming up, so I'm glad we're experts now at this, but really thank you for all that you did.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I also, too, just want to echo what you've been hearing here. It also happened to be just, I think, the day before or maybe 2 days before the pit count, where we count the homeless. And I just also want to reach out to all those volunteers that took the time. I really did want to participate, but it just didn't work out. But I tell you what, yeah, I have to give it out to Chase, because we've learned what happened from the first time, and each time I think we're just getting better and better and better. So I didn't hear any complaints from really nowhere. I will also have to say that as I was going, it was Sunday, early Sunday morning, there was a homeless person sitting in the bench, and it's right there by Doctors Regional, and we know who we sort of know who he is, right? And I hesitated first to call the police because I didn't want the police to come, but then I did want him to get some help. So I ended up calling, and then I hung up to Chief. But I tell you what, within half a second, he called me right back. He said, "Did you mean to call me?" And honestly, I'm so glad he did. He says, "Councilwoman, we're not going to take him to jail. We're going to take," and sure enough, I knew that. I knew in my heart. But again, thank you to the police and to everyone else, the whole staff, all the people, the 200. I think you mentioned 200 people, or was it 300?
The high count's probably about 300 when you put everybody
Yeah.
in, but it was over 225 just for the operations, the
Yeah.
frontline staff. But you have people like the chiefs that aren't included in
Yeah.
that count, so it's probably a good 300 people.
So that video does help, because we get to see at least some of the faces. So again, thank you so much, City of Corpus Christi, and to all you hardworking people. We appreciate you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, this is what happens when community comes together. You're stronger when you work together. We should be doing that in everything that we do in this city. Love the video. It was awesome. We need to do that more so the citizen can see what we're doing. And I think, Councilman Scott, the reason it's emotional is because we forget how blessed we are every day. And there are so many that are so unfortunate that don't have a place to go. Thank you and your staff, Chief, Fire, everything what y'all did. Your staff should really be commended, because it was cold. And I saw that some were sitting outside, so they went above and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Sinoni.
Councilman Kentu.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know, Peter, thank you for everything you've done. You kept us up to date throughout the weekend. I think you text more than my girlfriend did the weekend, man. But thank you for keeping us up to date. This is way better than the first time around last year. I think we're very organized. Thank you for the city staff, our partners, especially our CCPD, CCFD. Thank you guys. I'm sure you guys did a lot for us, and RTA for providing services to the shelters. And I hope we learn from this one to make the next one better, So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah.
Good.
Councilman Kentu.
Real quick, can I just acknowledge something? Today's Councilwoman's Campos' birthday. So I just want to wish you a happy birthday. I'm sure everyone wants to wish you a happy birthday, so I just want to say happy birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Sylvia.
Good, thank you. And then, Mayor and Council, one other item we want to do here, and I'm going to have the
CCW staff come up here with me if y'all want to, yeah, come on up. This next item is to highlight not only these 7 folks behind me here, but the entire team that's at our Owen Stevens water treatment plant. And so recently, the city, Corpus Christi Water, and the team were awarded what's called the TOP, T-O-P, award. It's a recognition by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And TOP is a voluntary program administered by TCEQ that recognizes, public water systems that are improving their performance of surface water treatment plants. So it highlights great performance, this TOP award. Criteria include testing that exceeds state and federal regulations, water testing that exceeds federal and state regulations, stricter monitoring and treatment limits, along with special reporting that must be submitted to TCEQ once a month. So extra work goes in place. You may know that we're already a superior rated water system. This is on top of that, this TOP award. Now, here's a key thing that they told me when I was out there touring recently is that you have to achieve these goals that I just talked about for 12 consecutive months, nonstop. So one little mishap, you have to start all over again. So William was making sure we didn't do that, especially as I got closer to the 12th month. So 12 consecutive months of meeting these criteria. Earlier this month, Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant received the award because of the hardworking, dedicated staff, many who are right here with me this afternoon. Additionally, we need to thank City Council and the community because the investments that we're making in Owen Stevens that weren't always being on schedule, these investments are making this possible. And so just as a reminder, the City Council approved an $86 million raw water influent and chemical facilities improvement at the plant, a $100 million chlorine system at the plant, $35 million for a brand new, what we call a clear well, where the water's put after it's treated and ready to go. These are just a few. Others include a filtration hydraulic improvements, Nueces River 54-inch main into the plant itself. That's a big project underway. River pump station improvements, a settling pond dredging, high service 3 improvements, and then an additional sedimentation basin improvements. These are just a few of the tremendous investment that's happening because of the council's leadership at Owen Stevens that prior to 7 years ago, we couldn't make that statement. And so we're proud to do that. That helped not only with the dedicated and talented team, but the investments in capital infrastructure helped get that award. So at this time, I want to recognize the staff who's here with me. There's 7 individuals here. Nick tells me this is just a small amount. There's about 40 back at the plant running the operations, so they all couldn't be here. But this is a good example of who were instrumental in making this award possible. So Ronnie Garza, maintenance foreman. Ronnie has 9 years with the city. All these folks up here have almost 10 years each, some even more. It's pretty impressive. Victoria Deandra. Victor. Sorry, Victor Deandra. He's an instrumentation foreman, so he deals with all the instrumentation and computerized systems up there. Ezra Soto, work coordinator. We have Oscar Banuelos, plant operator, senior plant operator, Mr. Oscar. Jen Bohannon. Ms. Jen. Jen's been with us for 15 years. Oscar 10 and Ezra 10 and Victor 14. And then we have Jennifer Cleetes. Jennifer's been here 9. She's the assistant to William Creech, who's the final person. William's the plant manager. He's in charge of the plant up there. He's been with the city for 14 years. So tremendous work by the team here. We want to thank them. I want to personally thank them. I know the city council does, and we'll say some comments. And we do have another video that we want to show here of these of their achievements and kind of highlights what I just went over. So we're going to show that video now.
The Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant is a critical part of the City of Corpus Christi's water system, responsible for treating raw surface water and delivering safe, high-quality drinking water to residents and businesses every day. This facility uses advanced treatment processes that meet and exceed state and federal drinking water standards. Recent infrastructure improvements have strengthened system reliability and efficiency, including upgrades to filtration equipment and controls, and expanded real-time monitoring and testing capabilities. Highly trained and certified water treatment operators and technical staff oversee plant operations around the clock. Continuous sampling, laboratory analysis, and performance monitoring ensure water quality remains consistent and compliant while protecting public health. In recognition of this high level of operational performance, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has awarded the City of Corpus Christi's Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant with the Texas Optimization Program Recognition Award. This distinction is given to facilities that demonstrate excellence in treatment processes, efficiency, and environmental stewardship. This recognition reflects the strong operational standards and scientific expertise that guide daily operations at the Owen Stevens facility. This award highlights the technical skill and discipline required to operate a facility of this scale. The city thanks the Owen Stevens team for their commitment to operational excellence for protecting the community's water supply. The City of Corpus Christi congratulates the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant team on this achievement and remains committed to investing in infrastructure and advanced operations to ensure a reliable and safe water supply for generations to come.
All right, that's great. Congratulations, you guys. Yeah. We're going to sit, that's it, Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Congratulations to all of you. I know I speak for the council. What you do is critical, extremely critical. So to highlight this is great. Thank you, Peter, for making that, having the video made. And thank you to our communications department for making a great highlighted vehicle. We really do appreciate you. And I'm so glad that y'all are here, before us all. Thank you for that. That's a lot of hard work. Yeah, we're coming.
Okay.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you as well. Go ahead, have a seat. Have a seat. Thank you as well. I mean, you and your team, I mean, you're the boots on the ground, and I know that term is used ad nauseum, but I know a decade ago there was a lot of challenges in this department, and now to come to have this exemplary status, I can tell you, we're very proud. I'm just a talking head on TV. And you guys are when nobody calls, for complaining, then, and you don't hear about the department, that just means that your team is doing well. And that's the type of recognition, for you to get this recognition, because you're the silent team that's out there. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. So thank you very much, and thank you on behalf of my colleagues.
Councilman Scott.
I thought one of the humorous things this weekend was a text we got from your city manager. I'm going to read it to you. There were issues at ONS last night. Everything operating without issue. The true is with Mary Roads Pipeline. I'm like, there were issues. And then immediately we get another text that says, no, wait, there were no issues at Owen Steve. I wondered if he saw it or somebody went, hey, something's up. Anyhow, thank you for what you did during the inclement weather also. Thank you for all that you do. I thought that was funny.
Councilwoman Paxson.
That's a fun note, Mark. That was funny. But I just wanted to really quickly say thank you very much for all of your dedication. It's an incredible feeling to sit here and see the years of expertise sitting in front of us who so diligently continue to care for this city. I don't need to tell you how vital that facility is to all of us. And you guys are the ones making sure that we can rest with confidence that not only is it caring for our city, but it's earning recognition for how well it does that. So thank you for everything that you guys do, truly.
Thank you, Peter. So that concludes your report.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're right on schedule. It is 12 o'clock. So again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to City Hall. Effective today, the City Council has changed public comment procedures, so I'd like to summarize them as follows. On January 13th of 2026, the City Council passed a motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency, effective today, January 27th of 2026. Citizens may speak on agenda or city-related items during the non-public comment period. For noon public comment, citizens can register through the sign-in page on the city's website or in person at the kiosk located right outside the doors here in City Hall. Registration begins every week on Mondays at 8 a.m. and ends on Tuesday at 11 a.m. when there is a City Council meeting. Speakers may address an agenda item once during the meeting, either at the noon general public comment session or during the consideration of the actual agenda item. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents will receive up to 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1, and that didn't change. All speakers, whether delivering information orally or in writing or electronically, must adhere to the rules of decorum. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address those rules of decorum. The council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of this city. It is not a stage for personal attacks, for disruptions, and absolutely not for vulgarity. So we will not tolerate violations of the decorum. So we're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that very spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up. As was just explained, I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. And now I'll ask the city attorney, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will be displayed on the television screens above.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Miles. So please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. In-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. Call-in or WebEx video speakers. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents will receive up to 3 minutes, non-residents 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, if you'll please hand it to our city secretary before speaking, and she will relay it to us. So with that, we will start. Today we have about 18 total. That includes WebEx. So, I'm sorry. Councilwoman?
I think we changed so that if they're in person, whether they're in district or out, they get the 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we read it, that it was 1 minute for out of district. So I just wanted to clarify if that was in effect today.
No, you know what, maybe you meant out of state.
Right.
Yeah, we meant out of state is 1 minute.
Okay, I just wanted.
And any residents, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Residents, yeah, is 1 minute, 3 minutes. Okay, we're going to start with Jackie McCullough. Is Jackie McCullough here? Okay, Bradley Bartleson.
Brad Bartleson, District 5. Good morning. I had a presentation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bartleson, your presentation, it's not ready. I mean, my understanding is it wasn't submitted by the deadline, so we can't show it.
Okay, I'll speak to what I was going to present then. I was going to speak to asking you to focus more on cost-benefit analysis for these major decisions such as water. I think a lot of this has happened in the public opinion domain, and coming from the tech sector, we make things more based upon what than who, and I think this kind of brings everything to a point, coalescing the importance of environmental risks, financial, and physics together. So previously, along those lines, I presented some comparisons of water that comes from different sources. And the lowest cost source we've existed on for a long time has been surface water. There's more of those to be had. But along as we're evaluating those in cost benefit, we also need to have strategy. I've presented that before. I would characterize a lot of what got us here is reactionary. I think that with more strategic work on a plan going forward where we have surplus, when we fall beneath that margin, we start taking other actions. Talking with other experts, 2017, 2018, we started seeing we got trouble, and some of those actions could have been taken before. I know it's 2020 hindsight. We're all smarter for that, right? But I think we can do better. So I think having that strategic plan ahead of time with the surplus makes sense. The reservoirs make sense. Towards the reservoirs, I've offered up the evap control that everybody wins. I've heard discussions recently about we hope the reservoirs return to their levels. But if we're evaporating 51 million gallons a day off of it, that's really tough to make headway. This is a no-cost, everybody wins proposal, and the city doesn't need to actually do a lot of the work on that. It's outside contract. The next slide I had was showing our untapped surface waters going north. I've presented to you about 65 million gallons a day just going out to the Gulf from peak flows, just peak flows out of Guadalupe. There's a lot of work being done to avert the flooding. This works together. Capturing those peak flows doesn't stop the flow. This is kind of wasted flow that we could capture, and it's there today. I've heard it presented that the reason we didn't tap into Guadalupe with the Mary Roads pipeline, which is running right over it, is because we have 20 years ago debates about this and weren't able to get water rights. So I see I've got 2 seconds left, and I'll stop there for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Jason Hale.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Hi, council members. Today I wanted to talk about the drought surcharge exemption fee program and the effectiveness of stage 3 drought restrictions. So recently, the water use data for 2025 was published on the city's website. It's what's up here right now. And what's interesting about this is that the whole year of 2025 was in stage 3 drought restrictions, which makes comparisons with non-drought years easy. So the target reduction for stage 3 is 30% reduction in water use. Last year, we were able to achieve a 5% reduction in water use. And conservation is not easy, I acknowledge that. And most of those reductions came from commercial and residential users, using about 12 to 16% less water in 2025 than they did in 2023. Large users used about 2% less than they did in 2023. So one takeaway I have from this is that large volume users have some of the least flexible demands out of all of our user groups. And I understand that large user reductions in large volume user use is maybe undesirable, And I can get on board with that as long as our drought policies are crafted to be in the public's best interest. However, I don't think the benefit of exemption fees over surcharges has been reasonably demonstrated. So for example, last year we had a $16 million shortfall in water revenues due to conservation. And we had to raise water rates even though residents and commercial users cut back a significant amount. So one of the benefits of surcharges is that it provides a source of revenue that can offset that decline in water revenue. Another advantage of surcharges is that it is a financial incentive to conserve water. Right now, we're slated to have a supply that doesn't meet demand in April of 2027. If surcharges incentivized conservation for our largest users, how much time would that add to our timeline? You know, if that could get us to September of 2027, that could be a pretty big deal since that's our, biggest time for rain. Anyways, I've said it before, but whiskey is for fighting, or was it? See, water is for sharing. We share the good, we share the bad. I just want to make sure that whatever policies we have in place is, best for everyone's interest. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Susie Saldana?
Susie Saldana, Corpus Christi. I wanted to come and take a minute to tell you how grateful the citizens of Corpus Christi are to the police department. What they suffered this time was tremendous, and that's what happens with our police officers, and I want to keep everybody in mind. They run through the problem and they take care of it. And unfortunately, we had some of our officers hurt this time, but our prayers and love are with them. And I want to make sure the community knows, from the part of the community, that you all know how much we appreciate them and how much we care about what happens to them. And I wanted to take this time to thank them, and to thank them for all they do and for every day they get up and go put themselves in harm's way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana, and we appreciate you mentioning that. Chief Markle, yes, we want to relay, our sentiment and know that they are in our prayers. Thank you. Gregory Mills?
Good afternoon. I'm Gregory Mills. I live on North Padre Island, and I'm really excited to be here. And really want to share my gratitude to you all for expediting the seawall repair. That's a huge thing for our island. I taught my son how to ride his bike on the seawall, along with many of my other island friends. It's the place that most of our children have learned how to roller skate, skateboard, and ride bikes. So we're really excited about that. I'm also a business owner, and I own the Packery Surf Cam. And I don't know if you all are familiar with that, but I've partnered with Gulfstream, and we have an amazing partnership. And I have a very high definition camera that sits up on top of the Gulfstream, and I've got a magnificent view of the Packery Channel, and I can see all the way up to the Bob Hall Pier. And the level of engagement on the cam runs about 100,000 views per month. And I launched at the end of September. So from an economic driver perspective, the camera is putting North Padre and Corpus Christi on the map. As some of you may be aware, Corpus Christi was a world-class surfing destination back in the 70s and 80s. We had pro-am, pro contests here, and the surfing community is just as strong as the fishing community here. And so that in itself, me being a traveling surfer, my family and I all surf, I think the market for us to tap into is the traveling surfer market. If you look at the breakdown of the people that are looking at my website, it's pretty remarkable because it's all Texans for the most part, really from Dallas all the way down to Brownsville. And if you look at the average amount of minutes that they spend on the site reviewing the local businesses that I have advertising, but the live feed, I'm getting a ton of emails and DMs asking me, where is this? This is Corpus Christi? And I'm like, it is, but there is an island here. And so just through my own efforts and Gulfstream's efforts, we are really creating something very large for the hot tax, for the economic development, for tours. You know, the viewers turn into visitors, and those visitors turn into an economic boom for our small businesses and in our large businesses and our airports as such. And it's an exciting venture to be involved in. And, you know, out of my own selfishness, I was like, it takes about an hour to go and check out the waves, even when you live on the island. And I'm like, nobody has a webcam, you know, a proper webcam to where you can really check out the waves. And so anyhow, so I made the webcam. I really ask you all to please take a look at it. And if there's any way we can partner, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Lauren Cargill?
I'd like to wait for the agenda item.
The item, okay. Jerry Sinclair?
Good morning again, Madam Mayor and City Council members and staff. I appreciate the time to speak to you today. I have 3 points I'd like to bring up. One has to do with appreciation, one has to do with benefit, and the other one has to do with community. We appreciate, and I'm representing the
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you state your name for the record? We didn't hear it.
Jerry Sinclair, District 4.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. Apologies. I'm representing the Gulfstream, our council of co-owners, our president, Lou Latowski, but I'm also representing the 15 properties that we have along the seawall and the owners that are there with regards to the seawall. It's a little bit chilly, as Greg was talking about this morning, to be riding your bike or jogging out there, but there were people out there this morning doing that. I appreciate what the TERS 2 meeting did before in approving and recommending the money to be spent for the seawall. And as I transition from that appreciation, I want to go into the benefit. As we look at the seawall, which hasn't had a lot of maintenance in a long period of time, similar to the Packery Canal, which has been modernized, we're looking to do the same thing for the seawall, to get it modernized so that it becomes that particular place and destination as well for people to be there. And lastly, I want to come into community. Community, as you've said, in helping people across the board, we do that for each other. The Gulfstream has partnered with the camera to be able to show that as a destination. The Gulfstream went and put a mural on the side of our 6-story, one of our buildings there, to attract people and residents to come out to the seawall and do that. And when we talk about the taxes that was mentioned, the ad valorem taxes that was mentioned in the previous meeting that you heard, that the seawall and the people along there bring in probably as much money as the rest of the city in that area, we're looking to go ahead and make that a benefit for everybody, not just our visitors, but our residents as well, to make sure they're able to do that. Decades ago, I may drag some of y'all back into this, there used to be this thing called a teeter-totter or a seahorse. And there used to be one of these things where when you sat on it, one end went up and the other end went down. You don't find a whole lot of them in playgrounds anymore because they're kind of dangerous. And when we talk about the Packery Channel, when we talk about the seawall, I'm not looking to pit either one of those against each other, but I'm looking to do an analogy like we have here and saying a useful tide raises all boats. And that's what I'm looking to have from the City Council and from y'all in particular, to raise not just the seawall, but all the interests that we have with regards to the community that we have across here. Again, I thank you for your support, and I look for your support with the seawall and the other projects we have in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Terry Bates.
Good afternoon. It's Witchy.
Witchy, sorry. Thank you.
I'm Terry Witchy, and I'm the general manager of the Gulfstream condominiums. As you remember, a couple of weeks ago, Lou Ludostansky was here in regards to the seawall issue. And so I'm here to thank you on behalf of Lou and all the owners at the Gulfstream condominiums. Lou was iced in Austin today, so he wasn't able to make it. So we just wanted to thank you for your quick response to the issue that he addressed of the seawall. We appreciate the work that you've done and the work that's gone into moving this forward, and we appreciate the city keeping their promise to move ahead with the seawall and see that this project makes it through. We had, I want to thank Ms. Paxson, Mr. Zanoni, Brent Chesney, and Jeff Edmonds for a meeting that they attended at the Gulfstream 2 Saturdays ago to keep us informed, to listen to the owners and their concerns about the seawall. We appreciate all the property owners that participated and all the work that was done to grant the easement. And so on behalf of Lou, the Board of Directors, and the Gulfstream owners, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witchy. Greg Rivera.
I'm Grex Rivera, District 4, and again, I just want to thank City Manager Peter Zanoni, Mayor Paulette Guajardo, Councilwoman Kaylin Paxson, and Commissioner Brent Chesney, and others for securing the funding of the seawall project, as well as the TERS 2 board for acknowledging the importance of said seawall. Again, you know, a lot of people don't take into consideration the importance of the seawall, and so thank you guys for your efforts and finding funding for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. So I have no complaints, and I'm a big complainer because I know the potential that our city government has, our city staff, our stakeholders, our service providers. That's why when we don't do good, I'm so upset, because it's like, I guess this is what like the Dallas Cowboy fans feel like. They're like, oh, so much potential, and we just choke at the end. So I went and partnered with the city. Peter called me, you know, personally. Jace called me. Everybody was super communicative. I wasn't having to like pry information out of people. I'm like, I'm on your team. I need to know these numbers so I know where to direct people. You know, it was amazing. The RTA did great before. They even did better this time around. I went into the shelters. They were clean. They were peaceful. People were smiling. The cats and dogs were just chilling, man. Like, even the cats and dogs were getting along. I also want to thank the community at large. You know, it wasn't just us working. There was lots of times that I was out doing outreach, and I'm seeing our constituents stopping rendering aid, giving out blankets. I had so many people who felt empowered by the leadership that we were providing that they wanted to help and step forward too. So many people contacted me saying, the next time I want to be an emergency shelter provider. I want to take that risk on. Will you help me? Who do I talk to? How do we plan? How do we get more money to fund these? You know, talking to people like we should have a continual shelter, like a low barrier shelter. It's amazing. I went to the Ben Garza myself, beautiful. Went to the FEMA Dome, awesome. I even made it out to Robstown yesterday, fantastic. Noasis showed up, and we set an example, and our rural community knows that if they're in crisis, if they can get to Noasis, we can help you. And eventually we'll be able to assist our neighbors, and that's what the Coastal Bend is about. The Coastal Bend is about when we see a person in trouble, we help them. That's the Texan way. That's how I was raised. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir, and you help. No questions asked, right? We can do even better. We did great, we can even do better. This is a great benchmark that shows that I am confident that we can do this, and we can have robust funding, a houselessness department. You're gonna have an agenda item on 21 that I wish you had the infrastructure to manage something like that, but that's a risk that we need to take so that we can keep with this momentum that we have, the momentum of compassion and dignity and ending street houselessness here in Corpus. We can do that. And for the people threatening people like me and Breonna Davis with ICE, you're playing with fire. Don't be threatening us with that.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Jim Klein.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. Mari kind of stole my thunder, but I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to the city staff, Parks and Rec staff in particular, the city manager as well, for opening the overnight warming centers here in Corpus Christi. Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday night, people were hurting, and the city staff stepped up, so thank you very much for that. I really think that what we did over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, really represents the best of Corpus Christi, and so I commend the city manager and Parks and Rec staff, Robert Dodd and all of his staff for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Adam Rios.
Actually have a hand up real quick. So while that's getting passed out, Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, District 5. Here as usual, I'm going to be talking with you all about the economic impact of X Games coming to Corpus Christi. What I'm handing you, I just realized skater math, I think I only made like 8, so one of you didn't get one, but sorry about that. This is an article that's going to get published in March in 3 major skateboard magazines. What I'd like to do is ask you to go through it. I can brief you, but you've heard me enough. This is just shows the case for why Corpus Christi should be premiered for at least a qualifying event. And I'm trying to get mayor, city council, if you want a county level, state level, even federal level, to maybe write something that you maybe want to put as a quote in this or show some form of support, because it would be really exciting if they could read this and it's not just a letter from a local skateboard company, it's actually being endorsed by the city and the county as a whole. I was actually in Slovenia recently, and I was hanging out with, you can find skater crews anywhere in the world when you go there. So even in Slovenia, there's a skate culture there. And they had invited me to Croatia in the fall. And it's a big skateboarding film festival concert series that happens over the course of a week. And it just rekindled the fire in me that I was like, God, if this little crew from Eastern Europe could throw a multi-million-dollar event in Croatia, think about what we could do with what we have with our landscape here. Speaking of land, one of the other reasons I want to bring positive attention to Corpus through action sports. By the way, it's awesome with the seawall. And I love surf culture. I grew up in Texas Gulf Surfing Association. First team I ever joined was a direct result of competition happening right there off the seawall when I joined MD Surf and Skate, and changed the trajectory of my life as well as my relationship with my parents when I said, I'm not playing varsity sports anymore, I'm going to surf and skate. But this is just a breakdown financially of everything that could happen. I beat on this all the time, but one of the things we can do because we are in Corpus is actually highlight and maybe add an event besides skateboarding and BMXing, which could be surfing at a local level. People from all over the state do surf here. I honed my skills here before I went to Hawaii and became a pro there for 8 years. I'd also like to bring some positive attention to Corpus, even if it's through alternative sports. If nothing else to, and I hate to be negative about this, but that Landman episode made Corpus look like a bunch of unemployed cholos that barbecue and drink all day.
and they had to CGI a water tank to make it look like Corpus. It's a great show, I love it, but if we have a natural landscape, I'd rather bring X Games here to promote Corpus Christi than things of that nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Christina English?
Christina English, District 1.
Will also be here on the 6th floor. They'll be open to the public, open to the council.
Kitchen 10-4.
So it's not a public meeting, it's being streamed on YouTube. Come on.
So we're not allowed to go up there? Okay.
So it's not public.
Thank you. That was myself and my partner being denied entry to a committee meeting that we all just heard Peter Zanoni promise would be open to the public. He actually said it would be the most transparent process. To be clear, I am asking for an explanation for this. If you feel decorum prevents you from being able to address this now on the dais, then I ask that you contact me in writing with your statement using the contact information that you force us to provide supposedly for this purpose to respond. Public comment should be held at 5:30 on Monday, noon on Tuesday, and at each item. And virtual participants, particularly residents of the state of Texas, should be given equal access at each of those times. There's no reason why somebody with a disability or children shouldn't be able to participate at an item. And they shouldn't get less access because they're unable to appear as many times because they're not able to leave their homes. So I'm asking you guys to have a little bit of forethought about how you impact the community when you make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English. Jim McKibben?
Mayor, he's here for 31 and 36, the E-session, and then also in the presentation. I don't know if he's, okay, wants to speak right now.
Mr. McKibben, did you want to speak on the items? I'm sorry, I just noticed that you had listed them, or, I mean, at this time.
I would like to just comment briefly on the police presentation, Your Honor. I don't assume the chief hadn't made it yet, but my understanding is the police department has investigated this thoroughly and determined there was not a violation of law, in spite of what some people may testify to in their depositions who are not knowledgeable about the law. And both Mr. David and his attorney filed complaints with the police department, and there were no finding of fault.
You state your name and city, sir. I'm sorry if you're making public comment. State your name and city, sir.
Name and city, Mr. McKibben.
I'm sorry. My name is James McKibben. I'm an attorney in Corpus Christi. I have been an attorney in Corpus Christi for a little over 50 years, worked for the city for almost 5 years, and was acting city attorney when I resigned to go into private practice. I'm representing the mayor in this lawsuit filed by Mr. David. And I think the lawsuit's defensible, and the mayor didn't do anything wrong, and that's why the police and the other law enforcement agencies found there was no quid pro quo and no basis for a violation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McKibben.
I think I'm in District 4. I live in South Shore.
Oh, it's okay. Encarnacion Serna?
Yes, my name is Encarnacion Serna. I live in Portland, Texas, 105 Lost Creek Drive. I'm here because of water, the water crisis. Do you have cost estimates in the two categories, the construction cost, capital cost, and the operating and maintenance costs for the desalination plants that you are all pursuing in our harbor and Harbor Island? We need to know 500 100,000 citizens, 7 counties need to know these costs, the funding mechanism, financially, how are these going to be funded? And that needs to be made public. So that was one item. If you're still pursuing those two, we want to see that. Construction costs, operating and maintenance costs, and the time. Use somebody who has done constructions of these desalination plants by reverse osmosis, present the numbers. We need to know that because that's going to affect us. The second item is, I know you're pursuing simultaneously drilling wells, producing the water from aquifers to supply these gigantic gargantuan needs of industry, who with their exothermic reactions and endothermic reactions use about 80% of our water. In that area of drilling and extracting the water, we want to see costs spent today. What is it going to cost to drill the wells, the chemical composition, and the characterization for the engineers so they can tell you what the operating cost and the type of water treatment processes, technologies that will be needed. We got to have that. And then lastly, I have a property right next to the Choke Canyon, and I have allowed the city of Corpus Christi to go into my property. They got their log, they have my combination. I caught me a water poacher. And when I say water poacher, I don't mean somebody with a hose. I don't mean somebody with a straw. Diesel storage tank, big pump, big pipes. I reported it to the city of Three Rivers. They then reported it to Corpus Christi. I'm happy and I'm thankful that Water Master Roy Redding, who has become a very good friend of mine, and Isaac Rodriguez, they go in there once a week and they check to make sure that that millionaire poacher on the other side wasn't sucking that water, again, not with straws, 10-inch pipes. So report on that and let us know what you've done about it, because the TCEQ went and conducted a study, and we can talk about that on the next meeting that I can intend to be here. I will be looking for answers to those questions, and I will not stop until we get those questions answered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
and,
Mr. Cerna.
Stay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Robin Cox.
Hi, Robin Cox, District 3. And first of all, I want to say that please don't get my landman canceled. That's the only thing I look forward to. So please, if you want to come film here, I love that show. But I wanted to bring up several things. I'm going to speak on something else on the item agenda. And as far as the surfing, my son had his very first job at the surf camp here. My fiance is an advocate surfer. If there's some TERS money we can come up to get that surfing contest and get that camp, they'll bring a lot of visitors to Corpus Christi. But I wanted to say something. We lost a very valuable member of the community this week. And I don't think she got enough credit. She took animals off the streets, and if we could do anything to have a day for Ernie Cochran, she gave selfishly. She wasn't political. All she wanted to do was do good for the community. There are very few people. She took no favors from anyone. She took animals off the street. I watched people she only took small animals, but I watched people dump large animals, and she still took them. She had a heart of gold. And we do so much for people and honor them that don't need to be honored. So if we can find it in our hearts to do some way to honor Ernie, she was the most amazing woman. And I don't think anyone that met her could have a harsh word to say about her. She was kind and giving. So if you can find it in your heart, I think most of us do love dogs, and just little things on Facebook. She deserved more. And Sylvia, I don't know if it's your birthday, but if it is, happy birthday. I'm sure and maybe you're getting married. I don't know. So that's all I have to say for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. WebEx, Rebecca?
Yes, and The first person is Sean Merritt.
I want to make sure y'all can hear me.
Yes, we can, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Sean Merritt, District 5, and I'm here to speak about animal care services and the need for a stable, citywide funding solution. One practical option mentioned by Mr. Cantu a couple weeks ago would be a utility bill roundup to the nearest dollar. This is a simple mechanism used in other cities to fund essential public services without placing a meaningful burden on residents. Based on conservative math, Corpus Christi has roughly 120,000 utility accounts. An average roundup of about 50 cents per bill would generate approximately $720,000 per year. Even accounting for reduced participation or collection efficiency, this would still result in hundreds of thousands of dollars annually in dedicated funding. That funding could be used directly to reduce intake through spay and neuter programs, expand foster and rescue partnerships to move animals out faster, stabilize staffing to reduce burnout and turnover, and cover medical care that currently becomes a euthanasia decision. Spread across the city, the individual cost, it's minimal. It's what most people lose in their couch cushions. Collectively, it creates a predictable funding stream that allows planning instead of crisis management. Now, I know that there will be objections. I've already heard a couple. Some will say no new mandatory taxes. This is not a traditional tax increase. It is a micro-funding mechanism similar to how cities fund other shared services that benefit the community as a whole. Others will say some people don't have pets. Well, that's true, and many residents don't have children, yet they help fund schools through property taxes. Many never call the fire department or use certain roads, yet they fund those services as well. Animal control is public safety, sanitation, and quality of life. Loose animals, bite incidents, and overcrowded shelters affect everyone, not just pet owners. I also want to address the importance of accurate public reporting. During a recent public meeting, it was stated that animal care services had euthanized only 20 animals last year. However, based on publicly available monthly data on their own website, or the city's own website, the total number of animals euthanized in calendar year 2025 was 748, and near half of that was puppies and kittens. Now, I'm not here to assign motive, but when numbers presented publicly do not align with documented totals, it undermines trust and makes it difficult for council and the public to evaluate solutions honestly. Accurate data matters, especially when we are discussing life and death outcomes and funding decisions. Now, I'm not asking this council to adopt this proposal overnight. I am asking that this concept be formally explored and evaluated using complete and accurate data. Direct staff to examine a codified roundup or similar funding mechanism, whether as a pilot program or proposed ordinance, and bring those fundings back for a public review. If we are serious about long-term solutions for animal care services, then we have to move from discussion to structure and from partial information
Thank you,
to
Mr.
full
Merritt.
transparency.
We
Thank you for
appreciate your
time.
comment. So next we have Aaron Price.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Price. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Price. I am a former 38-year resident of Corpus Christi. I reside in Ingleside. I'm calling to speak about the far-field modeling committee that was just recently put together and what the requirements were taken into consideration for selecting people on this far-field model. There's people on that committee that have no scientific background and no scientific or marine science education. And I think it's a disservice to the people that actually are educated in that field and actually know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, now we'll move on to section G, and that is our board and committee appointments. Ms. Whitka?
Yes, ma'am. The first board is the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery District. There are 3 vacancies. And per a resolution passed by the council may appoint 2 non-city staff members to the board of directors. Director of Engineering Services Jeff Edmonds is seeking reappointment to the board.
I move for reappointment.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. You have a comment, Councilwoman, on this?
Edmonds part, but on the committee as a whole. Peter, I support the motion and second. I'm curious, we have Mr. Dan McGann, and I know that he's retiring as a city employee.
Right.
Is he still seeking
He is.
remain after his term, so he would go from a category of employee to citizen?
Correct, or professional with his new
Or
company.
professional.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we checked with him to see, and he still wants to be on there, so he will no longer be a city employee, but he'll be.
Gotcha. I just wanted to clarify. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Mhm.
Councilwoman, do you have a, yes, ma'am.
We have several, the point of this committee was to include residents, and right now we have the whole committee as city employees, right? Correct?
I'm not sure if that's an accurate assessment on the purpose of the board was to manage the city's groundwater aquifer storage and recovery.
They were all city employees,
They all live in Corpus Christi.
city employees.
The residents, right?
Okay, they were all city employees, yes or no, were? I know Dan McGann is.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay.
right.
So what we're trying to do now is to make sure that we actually have residents representing our area. So as much as of course, I like the employees, we still need to make sure that we have a good makeup of this committee. Is there any way to extend that?
Well, right now, we're just reappointing the one, which is Mr. Edmonds. And after we do this, we take this vote, we will talk about the rest of the makeup, which is what you're talking about.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're all, keep that in mind.
I think we are.
We need to make sure that we extend that.
I think we are.
To the residents.
Right.
All right.
Let's just take this vote, and then we're going to talk about the rest of the.
Well, I still do want to make a nomination.
Okay, but
So afterwards? All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right, this would be the next one. So
Okay.
we have a motion and a second to reappoint Mr. Edmonds, and then we're going to talk about the rest of the makeup of the board.
Okay.
All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay, how many
So-
noes, please? Can you raise your hand?
Councilman Hernandez and?
Anyone
Who
else?
was the other no?
Mr.
Councilman
Cantu?
Cantu?
Okay.
Okay, and Councilwoman Campos.
And Ms. Campos, okay. Okay, so that motion passes.
Okay, Councilman I'm sorry, Cantu?
I don't know why I did it, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Mr. Edmonds, I'm sorry, can you tell us the vote on that?
It was 6-3, voting against were Cantu, Campos, and Hernandez.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then now that leaves us with 2 vacancies. And John Michael, okay.
So we have John Michael and Patricia Anderson nominated. Any other nominations? John Weber, Jason Hale. Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn, are you, pardon? Kyle Hooper? Bartleson? Okay, any other nominations? Okay.
Okay, did you get all those, Norma?
I have Michael, Anderson, Weber, Hill, and
Bartleson? And Hooper. Hooper, mm-hmm.
And if you'll refresh everyone's memory, how many are we voting on?
We're voting on 2, ma'am.
Okay.
There's
that
2
was
slots.
3. Okay,
Yes, so
it's
everyone will
2.
vote for 2. Yes, ma'am. Okay, and okay, so just double check the list. If that's everyone, we can start voting.
Can they zoom in on that, on your list, so we can see the
I think the
names?
control room heard. Let me see if they can do that for you, Mayor. Okay, and Norma, you want to move that, shift that a little bit?
Councilwoman
See where it
Vaughn?
is?
Mayor, why don't you announce the ones that are on the board right now, just for the public, so we know who they are? And I would just say this, I want citizens on there too, but we need to remember that our people that are employees are also citizens as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, ma'am. So the first person is John Michael. Then we have Patricia Anderson.
No, we were going to talk, who's currently on? That was the request.
Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Oh, who's currently on the committee right now?
Yes.
It's Nick Winkleman, Jeff Edmonds was just reappointed, Ryan Skrabarczyk, Dan McGinn, and Bill Mahaffey.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So if we can look at your list. So we're gonna pick two, and I will start with Councilman Cantu.
Give me the list a little higher.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's do Bart Tilson and John Michael. Ready for me? I'm sorry. Michael and Hooper.
Michael and Anderson.
Michael and Hooper.
Michael and Hooper.
Michael and Hooper.
Okay, so it's Michael and Hooper.
Okay.
All right, so the last committee is the reinvestment zone number 7. There are 7 vacancies representing the city, and historically, the mayor and council serve on this board. So at this time, we can open the floor for nominations, Mayor, and it is seven city representatives, so.
But is this our?
Yes, ma'am. Historically, council members serve on this board.
Right, so we're all.
Well, it's just 7.
7 slots.
Yeah, it's just 7 spots. Due to I think y'all recall the contract with Nueces County, the agreement, so it lessened some of our representation.
I'd like to serve.
Who wouldn't like to serve? How about that? Okay, Ms. Campos, you're okay not serving? Is there anyone else? Oh.
I was going to nominate everybody, Councilman Barrera.
So I nominate Vaughn, Hernandez, Guajardo, Roy.
Well, is there somebody who, okay, so.
Well, I said she doesn't want to
She
serve.
doesn't want to, right. Anyone else?
Right.
So nominate everybody except Barrera and Councilman Campos.
Is there, well, it is, it's still, right. So is there anyone else that would be okay not serving? Everybody wants to serve? This is the TERS 7, which is the London area, and this is a new TERS that is being formed, or just was formed.
I serve on the TERS 2, and not TERS 2,
TERS
but,
1.
I chair.
Right.
I'm okay with sitting out on this.
Oh,
You are? Okay. Well, thank y'all. Councilwoman Campos, thank you, and Councilman Roy, thank you, because this is a first. Typically, the entire council is on every TERS, but there have been some changes made. So then would someone like to nominate all minus Councilwoman Campos and Councilman Roy? Okay, do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries.
Okay. All right, Mayor, and then additionally, Nueces County may appoint 5 members to the board, and these members are subject to city council confirmation. So on January the 14th, the county appointed the following individuals: Jimmy Dodson, Commissioners Joe A. Gonzalez, John Mattis, and Mike Pusley, and County Judge Connie Scott. So we are seeking confirmation of the council confirmation of those appointees.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Here. Just if you could explain for the group, I think the county had indicated that they were going to appoint somebody other than their positions, even though that point, even though they have this name on the list, is it going to come back to council? And Rebecca, I'm directing it towards you.
Yes, sir. They're going to actually be talking, they're scheduled to discuss it tomorrow, at their meeting tomorrow. So their discussion was, one thing they wanted to do is appoint the vice chair. So by agreement, they appoint the vice chair. And also Commissioners Gonzalez, Mattis, Pusley, and Judge Connie Scott, they're going to determine whether they want someone to serve in their place. So they're going to determine tomorrow whether they want to appoint someone to serve in their place or whether they want to serve. So that is coming tomorrow.
So then is it going to come back to us the following week to be able to appoint those?
February.
Yes, we'll have to confirm it. Okay. And at that point, also, one of the members is appointed by right. So right now, we're confirming everyone just to be on the safe side. But when we come back, they actually get, each taxing entity in the zone gets one person that they just appoint by right. The council would not confirm that. So we'll have that information as well on the 24th. I guess that's when we're going to be coming back on the 24th to ask the council to confirm those things.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also, the city does have an additional appointee, too, who is, that'll begin the 24th as well. It's a London area taxpayer or property owner. So that's the other.
In February.
Yes, ma'am. That will be taken care of at that date.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I thought we had a motion and a second to confirm the county's appointees. Is that correct?
Oh.
Yes.
I don't. Go ahead.
Sir? Well, we can do it now, just to, if there's a meeting.
Can we get a second? We have a motion and a second?
Okay.
All in favor? Yes, Councilman Hernandez.
So let me understand, we're going to be confirming them before they voted on it tomorrow?
Yes, because I thought we were going to have a meeting soon, so we wanted to take care of that prior to the 24th. So just to be on the safe side, we'll confirm everyone because the county has not indicated, like I explained, they're considering whether they're going to change the membership now, but those individuals were appointed on the 14th, so they do need to be confirmed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we good with continuing with the vote?
Yeah, we had a motion and a second.
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, and then finally, the council appoints one member of the board to serve as chairman for a one-year term.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for Councilman Hernandez. It's his district. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Moving on to our consent agenda, items 3 through 24. Does any council member have an item to pull and discuss? Item number 4. Okay, 12 and 13.
Okay, and a member of the public wanted to speak on 21, Mayor?
Yeah, I'll get to that right after.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else? Councilwoman? 15 and 17. What was yours? So we've got that one, okay. Okay, would any of, oh, you've got one? It's pulled. 13's pulled. Any requests from the public to make public comment now on items 3 through 24? 21. You can come up and make public comment.
Marilena Garza, District 1. So 21 has some risk because we don't have the infrastructure that we had prior, but we can't cry over spilled milk. This is what I was talking about earlier about the momentum. We're cutting the pie so that we have other players come in, but to make us successful, we need money. And us little orgs, like when we get that bit of money, like the bigger orgs, they need it too. I'm not saying they don't, but when orgs like me and Dismiss and Mission 911, some of the ones that are in there, man, $5,000 is huge for us. $20,000 is even bigger for us. So I know that this is scary because we don't have a houselessness department with already a dedicated budget and supporting people, but we can do this. We can do this. We can assume this risk so that we can take this momentum forward. And I'm hoping that when we start talking about the budget, that we can start developing a plan of action, a master plan maybe for this houselessness approach so that we can fund this long term and we won't have to be taking these risky risks now. But I really hope that you guys listen to people like Lauren, Judy, and all the people that are out here because they are standing alongside me on the streets and in the cold helping people, and we really, really need these chances. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Mayor Guajardo and City Council members, I am Major Nathaniel Doria, Commanding Officer of the Salvation Army in Corpus Christi, serving the Coastal Bend. I have been here for about 2.5 years, and it has been a great experience to be here. The Salvation Army of Corpus Christi is grateful to the City of Corpus Christi and the community as a whole for the support received. We have been in this area for 117 years, serving the Coastal Bend. And all this has been possible because of local support. Sometimes people think money comes from Atlanta, Georgia, or Dallas, Texas, or Washington, D.C., but no Salvation Army in the world operates but with local funding. And we are grateful to be considered for the Homeless Housing and Services Programs funding. In fact, housing for the homeless is exactly the emphasis of the Salvation Army in the Center of Hope here in Corpus Christi. Families with children, single men, single women, veterans experiencing homelessness, all of them are supported to overcome their barriers and to move from crisis to safety and stability and to receive financial support to have housing again. With your help, we will continue providing services to those who need to stand on their feet again and to start their lives all over again. But this time with hope that we can support them in their journey. Thank you again for helping us to do the most good in this community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up. Mm-hmm.
Does this include item number 13 with the WCID?
Yes, it does.
Okay. My name is Chris Quare, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm a resident of Nueces County and a consumer of the water provided by Nueces County WCID number 3. As someone living outside the city limits, I'm unrepresented in the city's process concerning water diversification, yet directly affected by those outcomes. I'm here in regards to the resolution authorizing a 3-year supply of treated water, 3 million gallons a day to Nueces County WCID. This agreement includes reimbursement for interconnection and potentially some costs for asset installation, specifically blending tanks needed to lower the elevated TDS in our water, an issue exacerbated since the Eastern Wellfield production began. Discussions surrounding the Memorandum of Understanding have been ongoing since mid-last year. Despite prioritizing interlocal agreements with non-CCW customers, key suppliers serving over 4,500 Robstown water customers and 1,100 River Acres water supply customers received little attention, leaving their concerns unaddressed.
The initiation of the Western Well Field in July led to significant increases in TDS levels in WCID water supply. Drawn from the Nueces River without advanced treatment methods like reverse osmosis or desalinization, filtration cannot effectively reduce TDS. Consequently, customers are receiving water with elevated TDS, directly impacting their quality of life. Since July, TDS readings at faucets serving WCID and RAWS customers have risen steadily. For December, my RAWS tap averaged 1,483 milligrams per liter TDS, with readings ranging from 1,304 to 1,588. That's based on 30 data points. In January through the 26th, the average climbed to 1,599 milligrams per liter. That's a low of 1,479 and a high of 1,788. These levels are well above acceptable standards and have rendered the water unsuitable for consumption. Initially, I welcomed news of the drafted contract, believing the city would mediate and assist its neighbors' communities in addressing problems caused by groundwater production and conveyance. However, I've learned that the MOU terms have changed. In exchange for 3 million gallons of treated water for blending assets, WCID must relinquish 5 million gallons of water rights to the city of Corpus Christi. This negotiation places undue burden on a small water supplier and fails to equitably address the damage caused by the city actions. As a result, residents of Robstown and Rawls can no longer safely use their water as a direct consequence of groundwater conveyance in the Nueces River initiated by CCW. While the solutions exist to mitigate these impacts, the current MOU reflects a heavy-handed approach rather than genuine mediation. This is not a drought issue. This is a contaminant issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Come on up.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Clara Delpin. I am the Program Director at Dismiss Recovery Resource Center. I do work for a nationwide organization named Dismiss Charities. We've been around 61 years. Basically, when we were founded by Father Dearson in Louisville, Kentucky, we work with people who are just getting out of the reentry, federal and state people who were incarcerated in our halfway houses. But 2 years ago, we decided to collaborate with the state and open our building in 1201 Agnes, and we're very blessed. We had a little fallback on March when all our funding was cut, but Dismiss Charities believe in healing the human spirit, and we're very thankful to the city and the city council and whoever voted to give us the grant money for the HHSP. We have great case managers, recovery coaches, and we're willing to put the footwork, and we're not closing. We're just expanding, and we're opening our venue to broader aspects, especially working people with dual diagnoses such as mental health and substance use, and especially that comes in with the homelessness area. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Was there anyone else? Yes, Ms. Cargill.
Hi, Lauren Cargill. I'm here on behalf of Mission 911 in District 1. Mostly, I wanted to share some of the good that has come of the HHSP funding. Mission 911 currently administers the full amount of the grant, and so I wanted to say thank you for your decision last year to award this funding to Mission 911. Because of those funds, we've helped approximately 50 households since November. We've helped them either maintain their housing, enter into housing, or access emergency shelter. These are single mothers with children, mothers who had to leave their work because they had high-risk pregnancies, individuals battling cancer, families in the middle of rebuilding their lives, young parents, and men and women in recovery. Wanted to share a story really quickly. I got a call from a partner agency, Mari, actually, on Christmas Eve about a mom who was standing under an overpass, and she had 3 young children with her, all under the age of 5. After speaking with her for a little bit, I learned that the reason she was standing there was because she had lost her home, and she had been staying in a hotel with her kids. Her checkout date was going to be Christmas morning, and so she was standing there in the cold trying to get enough money in order to stay another night. Because of these funds, we were able to extend her time in the hotel, and then our case managers were able to work with her to get into local shelter where she is now with her kids, and then also start working with her towards finding a job in childcare so that she can begin to rebuild stability. So those are the types of things that we do at the mission with these monies. We're very small but mighty, like Madi said. We don't receive any federal dollars, no state dollars. So all of these funds in this grant are very, very impactful for the work that we do. They allow us to walk alongside people over time, offer them guidance and support, and prevent them from cycling back into crisis and houselessness. So again, we're very grateful for this support. Very quickly, just want to mention we're proud to be working with Elevate 361 as a result of this funding, so that we're giving great coordinated services for our youth population. And then want to give a quick shout out to the planning department. Jennifer and Amanda have been very supportive and responsive while they help us navigate this fund and all the reporting requirements, because believe me, there are many, and helping make sure these dollars are being used responsibly and effectively. Just want to say a quick thing as you're considering this future funding decision for 21. I want to keep in mind and encourage you that there needs to be continued focus on impact and capacity. While it's important to support a range of agencies doing this work, it's also equally important to ensure that these programs are funded at levels that allow for meaningful and long-lasting outcomes. It's very vital. So again, we're grateful to be considered for this fund. Thank you again for your time and your support.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Pekar. On behalf of Mother Teresa Shelter, we want to extend our appreciation to the City of Corpus Christi for allowing us the opportunity to receive funding to help our brothers and sisters experiencing homelessness in our city. As we saw recently with the freeze, there are many persons who are unhoused and in need. We have also seen that in collaborative efforts, we are stronger in the services that we can provide. Thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve. Right, but I have to read out the ones we're taking out. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 4, 12, 13, 15, and 17. We have a motion. We have a second? Okay, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Sorry, submit your vote. Thank you, Rebecca. Who pulled 4? Gil, did you pull 4? You pulled 4. Okay, well, hang on just a second.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Roy? Would you care to vote?
Oh, I thought
This is for consent with the exception of those items that were mentioned.
I thought I hit it. I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, item number 4 was pulled. This is an ordinance authorizing an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water from the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant to Valero Refining. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask our city manager if I had raised the issue, and I've been raising the issue about the Valero PUC.
Right.
What do you call it? I guess.
Yeah, the public utilities challenge on the rates.
The challenge.
Right.
Have you actually reached out to Valero and asked them to
withdraw their...
withdraw or to reconsider?
I have not, but Nick, have you?
Nick, have you?
Yeah, good afternoon, Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer. It has been, we have discussed it. What I can say is sort of an update on the PUC complaint. The city has just filed all of its direct testimony with the PUC, and that's moving through the process right now.
But the question was, have you actually reached out to Valero and asked them to withdraw?
So we have talked to them about it, and I can't comment on what they said, but they have not withdrawn. No.
Okay, I mean, I see this I want to see this as a good news item, that we're reaching an agreement or about to reach an agreement for the use of the recycled water. And my only, I guess, complaint was, for it not to have gone 30 years, but to have reduced it to 5. Obviously, my motion didn't pass. So, with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve, but I just still wanted to hopefully hear something from Valero.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 12. This is a motion authorizing execution of a 10-year service agreement for a backup generator at Owen Stevens. Who pulled number 12? Councilman Hernandez.
All right, Nick, I was a little surprised when I saw the numbers associated with this particular item. We had a meeting, myself and Councilwoman Vaughn. We spoke to you about this and was under the understanding that the energy sales from the generators were going to pay for the entire program, but yet you have, what's the monthly amount? $230,000 a month for 10 years?
Yes, sir. So, Councilman, I appreciate you asking that question. So the ERCOT program, it's estimated that would provide a revenue of $2 to $3 million a year. However, we're still more than a year away from the generators being installed, and there's the different programs that we will be applying to, so I don't have firm numbers. The agenda memo does state that would be our obligation, and it also states that we're estimating projected revenue of $2 to $3 million, which would either reduce the impact of that annual fee or completely cover it. That's in the fiscal impact section of the agenda memo.
But you're budgeting
we are budgeting
2.7 a year.
Yeah, until we have those firm arrangements with ERCOT. Correct. But we got to have the generators installed for that to happen.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. There's a possibility of getting this thing paid for, but maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel with what we know about the ERCOT programs and also how the generators would be able to provide power back to the two AEP feeds that feed Owen Stevens, we all feel comfortable that the estimated ERCOT revenue would be $2 to $3 million annually, which would essentially cover the monthly payment of $230,000. However, we wanted to make sure that number was in there because that's what we have been budgeting. Again, the fiscal impact for this year is 0 because Exergy is covering all the capital costs for this project.
Okay, I just think.
Then the other note is at the end of 10 years, we can purchase the generators for $1.
Well, I mean, I've seen these kind of programs where they get the benefit of the products, and then you end up with the used equipment, and that's okay.
Yeah, the other key factor is Exergy will also be servicing and maintaining the Cummins generators throughout the first 10 years.
And what's the life expectancy of these gas generators?
So I would say 20 years. There's actually a 10-year extension that we can exercise at year 10 for them to continue to maintain the generators. That's at our option after year 10. Our existing generators were primarily installed in 2001. So you're looking at they're 24, 25 years old. So we feel they're at the end of their service life. They've been well maintained, but we need to make sure that we have.
Okay, last question on this. There was a discussion, we had the discussion about where the panels are located for the backup generators.
Yeah, we did.
And are those going to be relocated as part of this deal?
So as part of the project, the Exergy will provide us with engineering plans, and then we also have our electrical reliability contract. That's with a design engineer who will review those plans, and then we'll bring up your comments about having those panels in the same building.
Okay, and Peter, just for your reference on this, the backup panels for the emergency generators are in the same room as the existing panels for the normal electricity. So if you had an issue with that particular building, or if you had a failure there, it would affect all the panels. And it wouldn't matter if you had backup generators because the panels are in that other building. So it's probably better to have those separate so you can have at least so you'd have the redundancy separated from your existing panels. But that's where that conversation
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Wow, that's a lot of money. So how much do each of those generators cost? Just 4, right?
So the new generators, the estimate cost is 35 to 40 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You're
Okay,
welcome.
we have a Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. Question on, I noticed that we had a couple of bids on there. There was one that was a little lower from a company in Texas, but the recommendation was a group in California. Can you speak a little bit to that? I'm not picking on any vendor or anything. I tend to prefer as local or close to home as possible.
Yeah, I absolutely can speak to that, Councilwoman. So this was not a bid, it was a request for proposals. The city received proposals and worked with our CCW, worked alongside our procurement finance department and our legal team to ensure that this was handled properly. Each proposal was evaluated by the evaluation committee, and the company we're going with, Exergy, they were the top score. As a result of that, then the legal team and procurement worked to negotiate a contract with them. A couple of things that stood out that I can absolutely share with you. The RFP was for a generation of 10 megawatts. The second company, whom I think you're referring to, did not meet that. Additionally, the top company included in their proposal the ability to have connection to both AEP electrical feeds servicing Owen Stevens. So there was advantages there. And then on top of all of that, the winning proposer was offering Cummins generators. Our current generators are Cummins, and we've had a good service life. You know, I was just telling the councilman that they've been installed for 24 to 25 years. And on top of that, the Cummins service staff that would be associated with this project, we're aware of them. They work at Owen Stevens. They're local, and they've all done an excellent job to keep those generators well maintained for us.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Nick.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 13. This is a resolution authorizing a 3-year treated water supply contract with the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District Number 3. Who pulled this item? Councilman Vaughn. You want to press your...
I want to see if I've got this right, because it's a little tricky. So the District 3 is going to build that interconnect, correct?
Yeah, they have designed an interconnect along with a ground storage tank that's already been designed. They will bid that project and construct it. The city will reimburse them approximately $1.7 million for the construction of that project.
So that Robstown can have water. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I've said this a lot of times, you know, the city manager and I talk a lot at different communities, and an interconnect is beneficial to both water systems. And anybody who manages a water system knows the value of an interconnect. So it's very critical. It actually benefits both systems.
Well, I don't handle the water system, but I do have a little problem with this. I don't understand why in the world our citizens would be paying $1.7 million so that Robstown can have water.
So
You're going to have to really explain that to me, and I'm sure some others listening out there are thinking the same thing.
So I can absolutely explain it to you. So water is provided at our standard rates in times of emergency, and that's when Nueces County WCID number 3 would request it, right? So think of a major failure or something at the plant, that would be in times of emergency. Now, additionally, there is a provision in the contract when we are in what's called action level 3 under the TCQ Bed and Banks permit, and they are seeing total dissolved solids at their plant at 1,000 TDS plus, then the city of Corpus Christi will provide them water. So those things have to match. And before I forget, and I apologize, but we do have members of Nueces County WCID number 3 here today, and we appreciate them being here.
Hey, I want them to have water, but $1.7 million that the citizens of Corpus Christi are going to have to pay for that doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, Councilwoman, it's actually all ratepayers in 7 different counties will help pay for that. So it's not just it's not the taxpayer, it's the ratepayer. So large volume users who.
Well, that's the taxpayer too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's all accounts pay for that.
All the counties are going to pay for this.
Yeah, all of our customers in 7 different counties will pay for this.
Okay, so is Robstown paying for part of it? Because we're reimbursing them $1.7 million. That's the cost. Are they paying?
We are reimbursing them for the cost of the project, and what our ratepayers are getting is the advantage of an interconnect for our system. But then we're also getting a 3-year lease on 5 million gallons a day of Nueces County WCID's number 3 water rights in the river.
Okay. I don't agree with this. I just don't. How are you going to divide how they're going to pay 1.7 with the counties? What's the price? What is the city of Corpus Christi going to be paying out of the $1.7 million?
We are paying the $1.7 million.
But you said it was going to be divided between the ratepayers, and that what you?
Right. Yeah, the funding comes from all of our ratepayers in 7 different counties, residential, commercial, large volume user accounts.
I get that.
Yeah, so so that's how we're funding this. Part of it, a little bit to share, part of it is that this has been a partnership project with Robstown. The emergency water that we're putting into the river through well fields.
The wells.
Right, that has a higher TDS. We've been very upfront about that. So this could impact Robstown's water system. And we are working with them in partnership to say if their water's compromised, we want to be able to make sure it's not. But for our action, they wouldn't have any problem.
Okay, that's where I was getting, because I knew what the answer was. I just want the public to know. So that's the reason we're having to do it, is because of what? The impact that those wells have had, correct?
I would say, Nick may have a slightly different engineer answer, but I would say to make it simple, yes, that's it.
It's always good to be transparent.
But for us, right now, we're putting 10 million gallons. We would be in curtailment sooner than November if we don't have these wells along the Nueces River that we have traditionally used in times past. This is, I would summarize this as a good partnership with Robstown Water District. They're giving up a lot. Yes, our ratepayers will help pay $1.7 million, but it's a regional approach to mitigating this drought.
And I understand that, and I knew the answer,
Right.
but it sure did take me a long time to get around to it.
Well, it's good to talk about it.
It's good to talk about it
yeah.
because we need to be transparent to the public so they know what's going on and why this is happening.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those questions.
Yeah, and we have worked with them for quite a long time on this agreement. There was some turnover in CCW too that delayed it a little bit. I think we all wish we got here sooner, but
Yeah.
we worked really hard. We rolled up our sleeves to get here.
But Nick, we're getting 5 MGD of surface rights. Is that correct, Peter?
Yeah, in exchange for the payment, that's another benefit we get if there's water to be had, from
Right.
the reservoir.
Right.
Yeah, we in exchange, so there's a value that we can say to the ratepayer, we're getting something, and that is 5 MGD of water rights from the Lake Corpus Christi.
All right, that's a big part of it.
The
Councilman
river, yeah.
Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. It's a nice way of putting lipstick on a pig kind of thing. I understand that we are impacting Robstown's water supply through our water wells and the amount of TDS, because it is their only source of water. And if we did not provide them an interconnect, they could sue us because we're interfering with their water rights. Am I incorrect?
Actually, we may or may not be interfering with that, because when the amount of water in the river is lowered, then you have natural high salinity water that seeps up from below into the river. So to some extent, we are avoiding a contest on that issue. We're also avoiding their objection, and you'll see that they agree not to object to our bed and banks permit, our transport rights to transport the water down the river, and we are essentially eliminating the question that needs to be answered. So to the extent that there might be any damage to that water, we are making up for that damage. We are also getting back in exchange a lease back of 5 MGD of senior water rights in the river, which essentially prevents them from reselling this added water that's become available to them.
The river, and we've talked about the river is very complicated, and there are other sources that contribute to the water quality in the river.
But as I recall, TCEQ is requiring us to monitor the salinity levels prior to where the well water is entered into the Noise River, after it, at the intake of Wicked 3's water supply, and then at our intake. Is that correct?
So as part of the bed and banks permit, we are required to monitor the river. So the requiring monitoring points per the bed and banks permit is upstream of the eastern well field, downstream of well 1, downstream of well 4, and then downstream of our combined well field, which is 6 wells. The bed and banks permit does not require us to monitor TDS at their intake. And of course, the TDS at our intake, we've been monitoring for years.
Okay, the reason I say this, and unfortunately, I think this is a necessary evil that we have to do this, because we're not going to put them in a position where they can't provide water to their citizens because of actions that we're doing. Their intake is south of where our wells are, and we're impacting them regardless, because we're putting high TDS water into the river. Okay, so this is a result, this cost, this $1.7 million, is a direct reflection of the actions we're taking in order to have that water along the riverbanks on that bed and banks permit. Okay, so, I mean, we don't, this is happening. I want to make sure that there's a real understanding that we have to do this, because, like I said, we can open ourselves to a lawsuit because Robstown has senior rights to the river. They have senior rights to us. And I'm glad we're able to get some of that water rights associated with that, but it's important that this is something that we do so we don't put ourselves in jeopardy and we don't impact the citizens of Robstown negatively because of our own actions. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
I'll take that yes for an answer. First off, thanks for the team and thanks for the district for putting this together. It's a perfect example of knowing that we're all in this together. But it's my understanding that their ratepayers are not just limited to the citizens of Robstown. Don't they have some Corpus Christi residents as well in the northwest area?
Yeah, they absolutely do.
About how much?
Yeah, I don't have that information, yeah.
Can you turn around and ask him?
I would love for them to answer it because they're customers, not mine, yeah.
That's fine. Council, Mayor, we approximately serve about 10,000 customers in the Corpus area, including the Northwest, all the way out to County Road 75. And Walmart, Five Points area, everything south of 624, that's what we serve.
All right, thank you so much, Marcos. I appreciate it. Thank you for your partnership, and I just want to make that clear that, and as we pointed out, it's a ratepayer, and it's commiserate based on each utilizer of what it have. Just like we made an example of Valero, obviously they're paying for a good portion of that 1.7 million, and so that it's and anyway, I've made my point, but thank you so much.
Councilman Scott.
I just wait for the green light. I want to be kind of coy. I just want to thank the district for working with us. I don't want to spend 1.7 million, but I think it's an extension of our Good Neighbor program. I was curious, have you guys seen TDS at above 1,000? You have? Okay.
Getting hot in here. Right now, we're currently seeing about 1,500 at our plant.
Wow, interesting.
About 1,500. We average about 700 for the last 15 years.
All right, well then this is a great program then for you guys,
absolutely.
For all of us.
And we're here to work with, as a collaborative effort, help, the 7 region area that y'all are talking about. We're here to work, but again, we got to be fair about it.
Totally get it. Appreciate your help. Nick, thanks for your work. I think it's all part of a bigger plan to avoid curtailment. And just want to say thank you.
Councilman Roy.
My question was kind of just really directed at Robstown. I think when we were at the water summit or whatever a couple of days ago, you guys have some plans to improve your system, right? Are you?
We do. We currently have we're under a water development board grant that we acquired. It's for $9 million. It kind of worked out for us in our favor because the poverty area that we're in, we got to repay back $2 million of that. So that was a no-brainer for us. We're going to be doing a lot of infrastructure work.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. District 1, we're right there. You guys service a lot of people that are right there in our area. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. It was good to hear that you guys are continuing to improve, and hopefully this will, we have to be good neighbors. I think this whole water shortage thing has made us look and form partnerships that in the past we didn't really think about. So
one of the things that I brought up to Nick was that back in the freeze of 21, when Corpus was down, we were still up, and we had that interconnection going. We could have fed probably half your population. Maybe not the refineries, but we could have fed the population.
Right. No,
so that would have worked out that way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with your comments completely. Mr. Alanis, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Okay.
Mayor, can I?
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say Marcus is the gentleman that was speaking. We just want to acknowledge him. He's the manager of the district, but his board chair, Ram Alejandro's here as well, Ram. And then, of course, their attorney, Charlie Zahn. So those three have worked, as Nick said, with us quite a bit, and they've been extremely professional in a regional solution. So I want to thank them publicly, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for being here. So we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled, we have just one more after this, was a motion awarding a construction contract to Associated Construction Partners for the citywide lift station repair. Who pulled this one? Item 15? Councilwoman Paxson? Go ahead.
I just had a quick question. I noticed when reading the packet that it was talking about new contract costs. So could you, just for those of us who are a little bit newer, tell me a little on that distinction, the new contract cost versus previous? This repair is the 16.8 million.
Okay, what this is a program that's associated with the consent decree, where they have to go and inspect all the lift stations. And we have, I think, 107 is the number, 107 lift stations. So when we find deficiencies, we program in repairs to this. And so one of the things we were talking about back there, so this is a program that we've set up a CIP project, and this is like the third tranche of funding, the third construction contract for a series of lift stations that we've done. So you've probably seen, we refer to it as the FY 2019 through 2020 program. That's the way it was originally set up for. I think going forward, I've talked to them, we really need to set up a new project for each tranche. But this will be the third construction contract that we've done under that project name. And it's just a new series of funding, and it's going to spread across 3 fiscal years.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I don't have an issue with it. I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Vaughn?
You said this was associated with the consent decree?
Yes.
Okay, so the amount that they make us pay, this is going to come off of it? I've been asking this question for a while because the consent decree has been around a long time. I've been trying to get numbers, how much we've paid, still have not got those. And part of that is my fault and Nick's because we haven't been able to get together, and he's kind of moved up now, so I'm not sure if I'm going to get them from him. But we do need those numbers. How much have we spent?
Yes, ma'am. To date, we do have those numbers. I don't have them with me right here, and they're always changing every day, every month. They change. Wesley Nebgen, I'm Director of Water Systems Infrastructure, but they do change, and we do have a presentation in the future to council that will explain the money we have spent and how it's associated with the consent decree.
Thank you. Great.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mayor, we didn't hear the motion in the second. Who made the motion? Ms. Paxton?
Councilwoman Paxton and Councilman Roy.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Either one. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Last item pulled was a resolution, item number 17, resolution awarding a construction contract to B.E. Beecroft Company. And this is for the Cooper's Boaters Facility and Parking Lot resurfacing. And who pulled this item? Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Reading through the packet, I recognize this has been a project that has been moving through a series of approvals, and it's coming actually from previous budget years, if my understanding is correct from the packet. I have some concerns about this much going towards an item that is not the actual seawall, if that makes sense. I mean, this is for restrooms and surfacing of pavement and washing utility type things, when this fund should be protecting and maintaining the actual seawall. We have another big item, which is the Padre seawall, and to me, if we can keep that maintenance fund intact for the apparatus that's downtown, then we have more leverage for the new reauthorization budget, as opposed to it needing to go in and do actual projects on that seawall. So I'm having some challenges here justifying a total of $6.6 million for bathrooms, parking lots, and things like that.
Well, let me start off, and then I might get Jonathan to talk a little bit more about the facility. But it's in the seawall CIP. This was funded out of Type A tax, and there's been a lot of improvements associated with the marina that have been programmed with those funds, like the docks that are under construction, People's Street Boardwalk. There's another facility that's going to be coming that was all approved by the Type A board, and it's been in previous CIPs. So this is something that was programmed. We hired the architect for this, developed those plans, and then put it out for bid. So this has been a long process getting to this point. And I can probably get Jonathan to talk about how this fits in with their larger plans.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, Jonathan Atwood, Interim Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation over the Marina as well. Yes, and so Type A funds were actually looked at about 4 or 5 years ago by legal, and a decision was made that these funds could be utilized for improvements throughout the Marina as part of that, that fund. So we've continued to improve the Marina with the docks, People's Boardwalk. We've got the Cooper's Boater Facility, which is what y'all will be voting on today, excuse me. And these are improvements that will continue to enhance the seawall, enhance the downtown area, which I believe also falls under the original purpose of that Type A funding.
And so what we're hoping to do here is, now that it's fully funded, approve the construction.
That is correct. And so this has been under design for almost 3 to 4 years now. Along with the other projects that are ahead of it, we've been trying to stagger these projects and the completion of these projects. Something that's going on right now is a utilities project for the water and wastewater on Cooper's Elhead. If you drive down there right now, you'll see that project's almost completed, and we're going to be rolling this project right in on the backside of that. So, yeah, overall, a lot of improvement in the Marina through different areas, and mainly the Type 8 fund.
So I understand, seeking legal counsel, is this funding eligible for these types of projects? And I appreciate the due diligence. Is there someone here that can tell me what is the fund balance right now for the seawall maintenance totals?
You'd have to get, we can get that answer for you, but we'll have to get the budget book. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we could look at that, because I know, so this fund was approved by voters to go to these items, and we went through our legal to see if our proposal fits within that parameter, but the original parameter was the seawall. And so what I'm curious to see is how much is left in that maintenance fund for the seawall?
I think it's important to distinguish, because this is the 2000 referendum sales tax. So this was under those purposes, and bond council and everybody has said these are eligible uses under that purpose. So the new tax, now we've expanded that purpose significantly. So including all the old purposes plus also an expanded purpose.
Okay. If I can wait for that answer, and I'll let.
We'll have it by the time the council is done. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll have it, yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I agree with you. This kind of reminds me this morning of the seawall for the island. It's a priority, and I think there's some sections around the Arts Center, if I'm correct, that have not been finished for the seawall. I have a problem with this because, to me, it's a want, not a need, that we have to have it right now. Would it be beautiful? Absolutely it would. The city's credit rating is not great right now. It's okay. We are spending money like it's growing on trees. And to me, this is not something that we have to do. To me, we have to have money for water, infrastructure, things like that right now. We've just spent a lot of money. And I don't think this is a priority. I just do not think it's a priority. You said it's been in the work for 2 or 3 years. That's not very long for a city to have a project in the works for 2 or 3 years. Look at the one we had this morning. So I'm not going to support it for the reason that I think that it is, I don't know who it's benefiting other than the yacht club down there. I just don't see that. It would be pretty, but I don't think it's a priority for the city. We're building a lot of stuff. You want to talk? Go ahead.
I would like to speak to who it benefits. So this boater facility serves Cooper's Elhead, which also has the only public boat ramp on the bayfront. Okay, it is also the center point for just about every event that is held downtown on the water. Whether that's a regatta hosted by the Corpus Christi Yacht Club, events on McGee Beach, really any event along the bayfront, including 4th of July fireworks. And so this is our smallest facility. It's got a small public restroom section in it and a small tenant area. And with the improvements that have continued to go on downtown, the improvements to the marina, it is very small for the amount of use that it gets. Just the illuminated boat parade this past December, we had thousands of people downtown. Most of them parked on the L head or up on the seawall and utilized that facility. I mean, it was under constant use during that period of time. And so this facility serves, you know, pretty much everyone walking downtown, coming off the seawall that use the restrooms in the marina. It's more than just the boaters.
The building's going to serve the public?
That is correct.
How full is your boat slots? What's the percentage that they're full?
So we've been averaging between 70 and 75% capacity.
Because someone told me 60.
Well, and that will change as we bring some of these new docks back online, but I also have a small waiting list of people.
So it is 60%.
If you included all the slips in the marina, including the completion of the new boardwalk and everything, we will drop around 65%.
Okay, and I understand that you want it. I get that. It'll be really pretty, and I hope, hey, it may pass. I'm just not on board because I think we have other things that we have got to take care of that are priorities for the city right now. Thank you.
Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've been doing good over there without it. When Channel 6 broke the news story yesterday about this, my inbox on Facebook went crazy. I don't know anybody else's, but the public doesn't understand where this money's coming from. The public's worrying about the water issues, potholes, yada, yada, yada. We're spending almost $7 million. How much is it? 6.6. So with change orders and everything, probably $8 million. I'm not going to support this. I don't think we need this right now. I think we need to figure out other things besides a pretty building over there right now. We have other issues. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think whenever was a storm that came, the art museum was pretty much underwater, and we haven't fixed that. And we need to use this money to protect downtown and protect those businesses downtown and the seawater. But anyhow, I'm not supporting this, and that's it. Thanks.
Councilman Barrera.
I just want to reiterate, I mean, you indicated that it's for public use. I mean, I don't see it, and it was approved by the voters, and it's type A funds, so regardless of whether it is that we have challenges from other areas, this is only funded for items along the seawall. And I remember us reviewing this back, I think we started in the budget cycle 21-22. Simply because we wanted to make very clear, because there was this misunderstanding that this is just basically for seawall protection. Basically, the language indicates that it is an area that is for the public and to improve that area for the public. And I remember very clearly saying back then, I remember my father, you know, we couldn't afford to get on a boat, but we would go out there and go fish out on the T-heads. And back then, there was limited space for restrooms, you know? And so this serves the public, that serves the community, and serves the entire community. And so I think there's a misunderstanding that it's for a certain class of people. And, you know, this was the vision of the council back in 21, 22, to be able to provide those funds and at the time, I think we had a large surplus in the seawall funds because we'd repaired the seawall, we'd repaired all these other facilities, and we needed to utilize funds, and this was a way to give the funds back to the people. So, and then, once again, these are type A funds, right? So these are type A funds. So type A funds are limited to that. It's not like we can use it for anything else that we may have challenges with.
That's correct. Plus the type A board approved this project as well, you know.
Yeah, in 2023, correct? So that's the whole thing. That was a vision that happened in 2022. Or actually the council started in 23, but it was started by 22. I happened to be one of those, and that we had looked upon. And I remember we had also, and I think the mayor had advocated back then in the legislative session to try and gain support so that way we could try and have this attraction that separates Corpus Christi from cities, nationwide. So obviously I support this. I just want to give some of that information about the prior councils of why they put this together and why they provided this as a resource for the entire community, not just for the yacht club. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think we are suffering, and this is nothing on you. You're just trying to find money to fix the marina. I get it. Unfortunately, the language in 2000 for what defined the seawall was very loose, in the sense that anything within, I think, 500 feet of the seawall is considered the seawall. So we have spent seawall funds, what everybody thinks are seawall funds, for type A funds, the 1/8 cent sales tax, on a lot of things that weren't the seawall. Cole Park Pier was part of that. The boat haul-out office and retail facility. And I'll give you some numbers. That boat haul-out facility, $8.7 million assigned to it. Art museum improvements, art center repairs, $1.3 million, $2.6 million. C District water features, $1 million. Parking lot resurfacing for the L-head, $1.6 million. Art museum HVAC system, $3.5 million. Art museum piping replacement, $70,000. Museum of Science and History improvements, $2.5 million. Museum of Science and History HVAC, $1 million. What I'm trying to get at here is we have had a very, this has been a slush fund for projects along the marina or along the seawall, but not very little on the seawall recently. And there's a section over there on the backside of the art museum that's along the ship channel that has not been completed. Jeff, can you say that that section of the seawall has not been addressed?
You're talking about the part that starts at the Corps of Engineers frontage and go?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there was a vision about having that continue the way it is behind the art museum, continue on around. And we're working with the port now on the port's interested in actually taking that project over.
Okay, but you see that the challenge of how we have to deal with the public trust of we're using the seawall fund for everything, almost everything except the seawall.
I could see that. I'd offer a little context. So when they passed the 2000 bond is where that sales tax was created. And at the time, there was significant problems, huge problems with the seawall itself. Now, a lot of people felt like that the sales tax was only dedicated to the seawall and to flood protection. But in reality, that was the enabling legislation for that Type A was about economic development. They tried to make the nexus between tourism and economic development in the seawall. If you read the bond language, the brochure language, they'd been over backwards trying to make that nexus because flood control was not something that was the Type A sales tax was permitted for. So we've gotten various legal interpretations on that as we went along, but I would probably argue that some of these economic development tourism type features are more in line with the Type A enabling legislation than the flood control.
Well, you got to have protection for those items to begin with, right? Or, they'll be gone at the first hurricane.
Of course,
right?
yes.
Look, I don't think we have a good grasp of how much is left. This fund expires, in March?
I have the information right there, Councilman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you provide that?
I sure can. So our Type B.
Type A. We're looking for Type A funding, seawall funding.
Wait a second here. No, let's see here.
Well, while he's doing that.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
This has kind of been the norm, and I know I disagree with a lot of these expenditures back in previous councils because I think we needed to take care of the seawall things first, and we still have seawall things that are out there, and we need to, I understand we changed that funding to a more flood control type B funding where you could do flooding control projects throughout the city, which would include the seawall on the island and some other major drainage issues like the Williams Ditch, the projects along the Oso Creek. There's things that we could do here, but, you know, if we're going to tell people it's a seawall fund, we should really take care of the seawall and then move forward from there. But go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, right. So we, in this, the old Type A seawall, there's a remaining balance of $852,000.
So that would include the $6 million that we're going to assign to this project?
That is, assume that $6 million is spent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Roy.
So, I was on council when we had the workshop that basically talked about what we're talking about right now with the seawall. And I think the biggest problem that we had back then is that, and I agree with you, Jeff, what it was intended for was really an economic device. The unfortunate thing is that council labeled it with a name that made it basically appear to be associated only with the seawall. So we spent, how many months? We opened it up to public comment. We had a workshop over at back then, the American Bank Center, and we invited the community in and we talked, and we made the decision at that point in time how we were going to change. And I would tell you as the council member for District 1, I don't think there's been anybody here on this council that's been harder on the marina and Parks and Rec on what they're doing down there in terms of what's needed and what isn't needed. Because if you look at the original plan, and they were looking at one point in time of moving the street on Shoreline, remember that, and putting the shade structures and doing a lot of different things, that was a lot more than what we're asking for right now. And when you take a look at what has been done in comparison to the rest of the city, I'm talking about the island, because nobody, you know, the thing about it is I'm a little heated right now because there's times when I know I have to fight for District 1 and I have to fight for downtown and I have to fight for those things because not everybody does their homework and not everybody sits there and looks at the origin of these things. I happen to have the privilege of being here since 17 and being a part of that. So when you take a look at everything that's evolved, when you look at how our docks have fallen apart, when you look at the restrooms and the issues and the problems that we've had, what we're spending right now with that $6 million, at the end of doing the pre-engineering, the engineering, this is a plan. When you put a plan in place, you go forward with that plan. And if we stop that plan right now and we pull back from that, we've wasted all the money, time, and the cost is just going to continue to go up. But I can tell you right now, these guys haven't asked for a lot. They pulled a lot off the table, and what we have right now, I believe, is a necessity to continue the plan that I have to remind everybody was voted by the people. So are we going to sit here and we're going to all of a sudden now start saying, okay, well, we know better than what the people did when they voted for this project? I think that's a dangerous precedence to have. And I hope that we would see through that. And if we want to ask questions, let's ask questions. But I will tell you right now, as a council member of District 1, that this project is vital, and it's not fluff. It's not extravagant. It's not going to boost the yacht club. It's going for vital things that have been needed in that area for a long time. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for everybody's comments. I was automatically, going to support this, and I'm still going to support this. I can tell you that, the voters, we can, walk, chew gum, do everything at the same time. We can provide water, and we are providing water for our customers, and that comes from a completely different fund, not from Type A, but we are also trying to stretch, I guess, the definition. As a matter of fact, weren't we also including, is it streets? Some of our industrial streets, is it coming from Type A or Type B? Type B.
Yeah, Type B with the new funding, right.
So we are trying, and I do believe that the marina and this is a public issue. We need to make sure that we do take care of our own people that use the bayfront constantly. The bayfront is used, I mean, I don't know how many people walk there every single day, and they need to be able to have access to restrooms and be able to upkeep that. So, I mostly live in District 2, but I know that Bay, the Bay is our jam. We need to be able to take care of it. $6 million, and for something that was already voter approved, I will definitely be supporting, and I hope that my fellow council members change their mind and they support this.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm not going to change my mind. I will tell you, I support your project. I think it should be done, but I'm just saying now to me is not the time because of our credit rating, the money that we're spending. And, so Everett says $6 million is not that much. Might not be that much to him. It's not his money he's spending. Yeah, that's what you said. I don't want to argue with you. $6 million is a lot of money to a lot of people, and it's taxpayer money. And to me, my problem is this. We need to fix the seawall. Just like we talked this morning, that project was old too, and we forgot about it. We are not putting our priorities in order because we want something pretty. It's not about pretty, it's our infrastructure and protecting our citizens and protecting our city. So I understand why you want it, and I'm sure it's going to pass, and congratulations. I just can't support it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. Peter, thank you for that, for the figure. 852,000.
852, yes, ma'am, 852,000. And that's by, design. The fund, this type A, the old type A has been kind of exhausted, if you will, or, planned out. And that's why we brought a renewal to the voters. And so that's the type B. That 1/8 cent that was just for the seawall now has more applicability. And to Councilman Hernandez's point, we were very careful in making sure it was much clearer that exactly where does the seawall stop? So there's maps that are including that, or I think we had language of so many feet from the seawall. So it's clear. I wasn't here when we did the first type A seawall sales tax, but hearing these types of conversations, when we developed the type B 1/8 cent reauthorization, we're very clear on what is the seawall. And so the voters have a much clearer understanding, as did the council at the time.
I appreciate that, and I think when it was first being proposed, it had very similar language to the previous, which I understand you weren't there for that, and a lot of us stepped forward and said it needed to have some more broad applications.
Right.
Because the reality is, it's paid for by the entire city.
Correct.
And so with the entire city paying into it,
Yeah.
having the versatility, like you mentioned, is much more ideal. 852,000, I mean, just thinking about the seawall on the island, which is much smaller, I don't think that would go very far. So I recognize that this team has been asked to produce the sun, moon, and stars, and continually is trying to pull that from any source we can. We had a lot sitting in a maintenance fund for the seawall, and it's not there anymore. I think that perhaps when this item came about, there was a lot sitting in there for the seawall, and much like all of our other discussions, we said we could afford it right now. We're not in that position any longer, and these are very important infrastructure mechanisms that we have to protect. I have nothing against our marinas. Please don't mistake me. They're beautiful. I know they're highly utilized. But when we were elected, for myself at least, but I know I speak for others, so many people in the community said, we have got to protect our priorities in this town, which hugely are infrastructure. And to me, that has to be the higher priority. So that's where I'm having a challenge with this. When it's stated that this was a voter-approved item, my understanding was this did not go to ballot, this specific project. Can anyone refute that? I believe the sales tax went to ballot, but I don't think this one did.
I don't think I can answer that.
I don't. Yeah, the sales tax, but not this project.
No, you're probably correct. I don't think this was.
So I don't think, while I think that that's probably a lot of people, myself included, that thinks this is a great project and important. I don't think it went to a ballot, so I don't think it was a voter-approved project, if you will. And I think that this would qualify for other funding mechanisms, such as a hot tax expense, such as other things like that, because it is such a tourism piece. It is such an amenity to us. I'm just not in favor of using our protection funds, our mechanism to defend our seawall, and those types of things for this.
Can I just add that the seawall, when we programmed this and worked with the Type A board years ago and the then City Council, the seawall was in good shape. It still is. The downtown seawall, Jeff has programmed a couple of projects to keep it integrally safe. So the downtown seawall is in excellent shape right now through regular maintenance along the way using this fund. And then the new 1/8 cent has the seawall as a priority. So it's funded again. That fund has $4.8 million anticipated for the rest of this fiscal year of new 1/8 cent monies. So while this one is being depleted or used, there's another $4.8 million coming in for the rest of the year for citywide, including the seawall on the Padre Island and this one here as well.
That's the challenge. So I don't. When I walk the seawall, I don't ever really fear for anything structurally. Yeah. However, I mean, there's a lot of areas on it that have continually been submerged. I get concerned about slipping hazards along the seawall. I think that needs some attention. There's also a whole section that we've talked about right now that didn't get any repair, and we have massively worked on that ship channel. So what is the displacement or the depth change and the height change with the bridge and the type of vessels that we'll be bringing through that channel? Part of that seawall's right there for a lot of that disruption that we haven't touched. So sure, I don't disagree that the main seawall, or as we call it, is not in bad shape, but that's not the full picture of it. And also, the point of a rainy day fund is to have one.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Point of a rainy day fund or a maintenance fund is to have one.
Yeah. Well, this fund was to be put into production. The Type A, and Type B, is to do projects in the community, and they do have some reserve accounts, for regular maintenance. Yeah, there is some money. I think it's $2 million or so for the rest for that back side of the seawall that Hernandez and you mentioned. And we just met about a month ago with Kent Britton from the Port of Corpus Christi. So they had a project. We delayed that one to pair it up with their project. Now that the bridge is being demolished, they want to partner back up with us. So we'll have Port of Corpus Christi funds and our Type A funds and the new Type B funds to complete that section of the wall back there.
That's important.
Yeah.
So please, Parks and Recs, love the project. Love our downtown. Know it gets used a lot. That's just, my concern is infrastructure as a high priority.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. How big is this building, square footage wise?
3,500 square feet, two-story.
3,500 square feet, $5.2 million. Wow. So on the $1.48 million for the parking lot, are we using a local company for that?
Yeah, this was all one bid, and Beecroft is the name of the company that we're recommending awarding the contract to. It was a local company.
So with all this money we're spending, are we going to have something in that building for the fire department to respond to something in that T-heads? I see a lot of calls going over there with the boat. Do we have a little section for the fire department to have a boat there? I mean, we're spending all this money. I mean, I might as well do something. I mean, public safety.
Yeah, I mean, we welcome the fire department to bring a boat down if they want to keep a boat in the marina. We've worked with them throughout this project to make sure it adheres to all the fire codes. As far as them keeping anything there, I mean, they utilize a public boat ramp. Like I mentioned before, it's the only boat ramp on the bayfront. And that is where all emergency services are launched from for any emergency in the bay or anything is retrieved from. And this is the facility they walk across and utilize themselves, and anybody that utilizes that area, whether it's restrooms, showers or otherwise.
It just blows my mind that we're paying for 3,500 square feet.
So I also want to mention that this was raised per new floodplain codes, it has to be elevated to comply with those codes. In 2004, when the other facilities were built, that was not a requirement, and they were built on base. And so some of the increased costs that you will see for any structure that's built along the waterfront is due to these new floodplain requirements. And I believe, I'll have to confirm, but I believe the elevation is basically 14 feet in the air, which is almost the elevation of the seawall. So we're going to see.
I get it. I mean, the building we have there right now is pretty trashed out. I understand. I get it. But I mean, you could build something decent for less than $5 million for 3,500 square feet. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I just think I was spending too much money. You're letting these contractors do whatever they want to you guys. I mean, it's ridiculous. Paying so much money for a building. Like, every building y'all build is like $5, $6, $7, $8 million. Like, it just blows my mind, and then blows the taxpayers' mind because it's their money. I'm just crazy. Like, when does it stop? When do y'all get other vendors, people to bid on stuff? What about helping small businesses in Corpus Christi and knock out the red tape for once? Like, there's plenty of small businesses who would love to do business with Corpus Christi, but you guys have too much red tape, and that's the truth.
All I can say to that, we publicly advertise all of our bids.
But then y'all want them to fill up an application this big. I mean, like, it's ridiculous. But anyhow, I think that's a lot of money for 3,500 square feet, $5 million. I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of change orders, another $1 million on top of that. It's crazy. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Okay, I want to go back, Peter, because I want the public to understand one thing. Right now, in terms of funding for future seawall projects, for anything, maintenance and otherwise, what is our funding mechanism for that?
For flood control?
For taking care of anything, because I think the other thing I want to say is that part of going back and having council look at identifying our flood control is that we expanded that, right? We expanded that because in the past, I think, if I understood this right, under the old way, we didn't even look at North Beach, right?
That's correct, Councilman.
And so then we also started taking a look at the island also in terms of flood control.
Right.
So under that, on the current mechanism now, because what I don't want the public to think is right now, if we do this project at $6 million, that it's basically going to, now we only have $842,000 in our coffers to take care of any future issues with.
You're correct. Yeah. So this is the old Type A that is now expiring. There's no more. There's very
it's
little
sunsetting.
money. It's sunsetted.
That's right.
The voters in November of 25, I think, or what was it, 4 or 5? 24.
Yes.
Approved a renewal of that 1/8 cent and broadened the application. It's still for flood control.
Right.
It's still for the primary focus is the downtown seawall, but
so we're not ignoring flood control.
No,
we have mechanisms.
100% is for flood control, but in this one, and Councilwoman Paxson said it correctly, that initially we had other items along the seawall, but those were removed.
Right.
So we could use the money citywide for flood control.
Was confusing.
Padre Island, North Beach, all along the bayfront where there's massive erosion happening.
Right.
So it has a very, in fact, we identified in the voter's guide projects across the city, every single area, Cal Allen, Southside, SPID.
So you said earlier, what was that, $4.8 million?
That's $4.8 million is anticipated for this fiscal year because that new tax begins to get collected in April 1st.
That's right. We passed it, but it doesn't really come into effect until April.
Right.
And then we have a mechanism in place. And how long is that mechanism in place?
It's a 20-year tax.
Yeah, 20-year tax.
It's a 20-year tax. So that's what we have to bring to City Council in these coming months of how do we want to program that monies. Because we could leverage more projects immediately through some debt issuance, or we could do pay-as-you-go. There was a list of recommended projects. We need to see, does the council want to do those first, or maybe substitute them with another project? So,
yeah, more than anything, I just wanted the public to know that we're not sitting there taking our coffers down to $842,000 or whatever to take care of the seawall. That's not the case.
That
was a fund that basically had to be depleted over a period of time. And we actually, when we voted on this, we decided at that point in time how much to leave in there, right?
Well, there was some, I don't think that ever got.
When I say voted, I'm talking about council. Council gave the direction on what we thought was appropriate to keep in there as a balance.
Right, yeah.
So, again, and I understand it, and I understand the challenges that some of my council members feel as far as what we pay for things to get these buildings done and our bids. It is, I mean, it is different than the private sector. I understand that. I mean, we look at chillers and the cost of things for animal shelter and that, and we pay more. And
We do.
I wish I had an answer for that, but.
What we do, it's, you know, you're paying for Davis-Bacon wages. We have to pay a federal minimum wage, so to speak. We require insurances, bonding to protect taxpayer money. So there's a lot of requirements that most cities and state governments and federal government put in place that the private sector doesn't do. So that's by design over the years, you know.
Again, I just want to make sure that the people don't know at the end of the day, we do care about our seawall and making sure we protect all the.
Yeah, and Councilman, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want to correct the record. It's actually a 25-year tax, not 20. So the new type B, 1/8 cent for flood control is a 25-year program.
So would you say the future of us funding our seawall projects is bright?
I would say it's bright and expanded, because now, as we've told the residents at the island, that we couldn't before. This old Type A fund can't be used on the Padre seawall, but the new one can.
It couldn't be used on North Beach seawall.
Right, it couldn't be used on North Beach. You and I were there last week. We saw the erosion happening, so that 1/8 cent can be used on North Beach, downtown, Padre, Cal Allen, South Side, the West Side, the East Side. Sure can, for flood control projects. And that's what this council will begin to look into when we bring some recommendations in the coming weeks. Mm-hmm.
All right, again, I know the history of this project. I know what we've gotten up until this point and what the energy and things that we put into it. I think it's well-deserved for the people of Corpus Christi, and I would hope, again, that my council would consider it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, again. I don't think the public got to see some of the pictures. I mean, you know what they say, pictures, you know, speaks for 1,000 words or whatever, but it's pretty bleak. I mean, what you all have right now. But again, I just wanted to just remind also the public how we have improved and expanded the restrooms area in North Beach. And I mean, we were all there, I don't know, most of us, I guess, were there to do that ribbon cutting and to celebrate that. And the residents and all the people that are coming into North Beach are really, you know, enjoying that. But I also want to bring it back to Jeff. Okay, Jeff, are there projects that we're not fulfilling for the seawall project at this time? I mean, it would be you, right? Who is responsible for making sure that we do bring seawall projects, we need to make sure that we take care of our seawall?
So if a project is approved in the CIP, it becomes our job to deliver that project. And those can take multiple years to bring those projects to construction. Now, we'll be first bringing like a design contract with an architect or engineer, and then after we get bid docs, we advertise for bids, when we'll bring the construction contracts to.
But I just want again, reassure the people that we are taking care of our seawall, that we don't have any outstanding projects that we are not funding. Is that?
Absolutely not. We have put those dollars that are programmed for existing capital projects are moved into a capital fund, and they are allocated for those projects. So we have programmed those capital dollars for the balance of this Type A, the old Type A tax.
So we are covered. So we do have, right?
You are covered. And I would add, this was a topic of discussion when this came up. So in 2000, the seawall was in really bad shape. It was the original construction, the 1941 construction. And Councilman Paxton was talking about the safety of walking around. Well, the sidewalks were collapsing all around there. It was in terrible shape. And they needed a way to fund a major program to rehab the seawall. And that's why they passed that 2000 referendum, created that tax. Now, that project, there was a series of projects that took place over about 6 years. It finished up in probably, I think, around 2006. And at that time, it was about $45 million worth of construction they did to recapitalize that seawall. and it is way better than the original design. They put a new sheet pile behind and a new sheet pile in front of the seawall.
Yeah.
And filled all of those voids, and at that time, they estimated they put 50 years of life on the seawall,
Okay.
at least.
So we are making the improvements at the island. We just made that motion. So again, I think, we're leaving out, like I keep saying, we keep leaving out like a donut in our city. We do improvements, on the north side, and we do improvements on the south side, but not center, not, for most of the people that visit Corpus Christi. So again, I'm just making sure that, all bases are covered, that we do have the money, and the voters did approve this, and we're just expanding now the language and making sure that we take care of our own. So anyway, call the question.
Councilman Scott.
I thought that was fascinating. I just finally get to talk, and we're going to call the question. Look, I get it. I'm sensitive to everybody's comments. I support it. I am very interested in the wraparound. I think that's a big deal to me, is what the future looks like, and I hope it's got a pedestrian experience to it. And so I'm really interested in getting an update on that whenever y'all get around to it. I don't want to besmirch Beecroft Construction. They're a local company. Mr. Beecroft started that company decades ago, and now Sam Beecroft, I think, runs it. I think they have less than 100 employees, so I think they're a small business. I think they use local contractors. The Beecroft Construction is a highly reputable company, and if we don't do it, that's fine. But if we do it, I think we can feel good that Sam Beecroft is a local homeowner. She's a doctor in town. They hire local. They're good people. We have a great relationship with Beecroft, so I want to make sure I think we're going to get a great product if that's something we say we're going to do. Yeah, and so my interest is I call it the wraparound. There's a better word. And at one time, we were always concerned about the flood control associated with that canal, and it had a name. The idea being that
Salt Flat Levee?
Right.
Salt Flats Levee, yeah.
So at some point, and maybe it's probably in the CIP program I haven't looked at, so just give me a heads up on that. I think, by the way, it's going to have really interesting views from that second floor. I noticed there's a walk around, and there's going to be some really interesting views up there from our boaters that come into town to compete and watch people come and go. So I'm in.
Councilman Hernandez. I'm sorry, Bonetta.
Here, how much have we already spent in engineering and architectural costs?
I don't have the exact number with me, but Mas o Menos, you're paying 10% of project cost.
So we've already paid $600,000.
Yeah.
$600,000 that we've already expended to be able to get this far. And then this particular project was put on the CIP when? They're looking.
I believe this was started in 2022, 23. The contract was approved, and we've been designing since then.
Yeah, I know. And I guess, so, Peter, how many staff hours do you think we put into this?
Quite a bit. I don't have them calculated, but it's been, as we said, this was, and I know we have new council members, but this was something that from the prior, I think 2 councils ago, maybe, right?
This was pre-DOT, I think.
Yeah, and so a lot of work was done to even pick the architect, prior, looking at the FEMA floodplain maps, looking at elevation, working with stakeholders on design. And it's, as I think as Councilwoman Campos said, it's not for the people that go to the yacht club, it's for the community.
Yeah.
And they go down there a lot to fish. I know when I go down there to see how Jonathan's doing, I see a lot of local folks fishing, enjoying an asset. And so they're going to get to use this just as much as anybody else.
And you see boaters that don't have membership at the yacht club.
Yeah, that's who will probably use it.
They utilize it.
Right.
They'd go out there. I guess the other thing is I feel like we cherry pick projects. I mean, the thing is that there's different pockets of money for each one. The council gives you a directive. We gave you a directive, 5 years ago, gave you a directive, or 4 years ago, whatever it was, and said, okay, where can we find the funds to do this? Because that's the focus of the council. I would just suggest that perhaps this council look at the capital improvement plan, so that way, the CIP, so that way they could, instead of exhausting $600,000 in staff time to be able to put this together, when it's on the CIP. So that way we can do that. I think maybe we might, when we do go over our workshops, we just need to make that clear because, I mean, we probably spent $1 million already putting this because it's at the direction of the council, you know, and plus the type A and type B board taking their time, taking legal time, going through all that process. So I think that, you know, sometimes we look at a particular we did it today. I mean, you got creative with $11 million, you know, to be able to provide a resource to a community that's harshly needed, of which I supported. In fact, I'm going to digress a little bit. Like I say, that was the exact project for that seawall on the island when Mike Pusley says, well, I guess Roland's running at large now, because I was an advocate for that project. Councilman Suckley was a big supporter of that. And so that's something that needed to get done. And then all of a sudden now we found other resources. I mean, from TERS money, we're giving $7 million to the county for a pavilion. $7 million to the county, of which they said they needed 5. They came back and asked for 2. Now, it's a different pocket of money. It's a different pocket of money, and that was not necessarily approved by the voters. That was a TERS that this council put together, the county, Del Mar, whoever participated, and they empowered us to be able to make those decisions. Just the very much same. This morning, we just said we're going to give $2 million to be partners with the county. It's a different source of funds. It's not necessarily voter approved, but the community has confidence in what we're doing. So I just think that, you know, once again, this is, I think, yeah, and then we want to question the procurement process. How much time do I have? A minute 39. You know, the added cost often to the procurement process is transparency. We have to make sure it's not like I can go, I got a buddy, or I can go, or somebody give me a recommendation. It's not like I can go on, you know, online and, you know, or Angie's List. We have to have a procurement process of which individuals need to know how government works. And because we have to go through this process, that we have to go to this level of bureaucracy, so that way there's no brother-in-law deals or somebody's trying to coerce. And unfortunately, since we have to protect the assets that belong to the community, they have to be bonded and have insurance. Whereas a self-performer may say, or I've got the insurance, you know? I mean, there's several developers, they have their own construction companies. Well, they can afford to do that, but we're a public agency and we don't work that way. So there's a cost associated with it. And so I think that's one of the things that has to be considered. And I just think it's important. I mean, this was a great project when we first came up with it. It's still a great project. And I just want us to continue to be conscientious about this is the public trust, because we've had all these meetings over all these years, and we've been talking about this for all these years. And all the time that we've been talking about it, I haven't yet, and when I was a District 3 councilman, nobody ever came back to me and said, hey, don't spend that money. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez, and then we're voting. Oh, so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, just for reference, how much of the seawall fund has been used in the marina?
Okay, so we have spent $22 million on docks, A, B, C, D, and L. Those replacement of those docks. Those docks were built in '94 and they were dilapidated and falling apart. And then we have recently put another $7 million into the People's Street Boardwalk, which is a main walkable line from the seawall down onto People's T Head. And both those projects should be completed sometime within the next month.
The boat haul out, how much?
So the boat haul out facility, that contract will be coming before the council sometime next couple of months, and it was estimated $8 million for the boat haul out facility. That will also have a retail space that is going to be right on the seawall, which will be one of the only ones besides, I believe, the one down in front of American Bank Center that has access directly to the seawall for the public to come and enjoy.
And the dredging?
Dredging was included in the ABC and DNL project, unless you're referring to the one from 2021 when I first came on, and I would have to go back and check those numbers.
Okay, so we have spent quite a bit of money on this, from the seawall fund on the marina, correct?
Yes, for the first time in the life of the marina since 1940.
No, I get it. Like I said, this is no fault on you. You're just,
Yes, sir.
You're trying to manage the marina. I'm the wrong guy. I was in the Navy for 13 years, and the last thing I want to be is on the water.
Yeah.
Okay, I've had a lifetime of being on the water. However, and this is the challenge, right, is that we have unfinished projects on the seawall. So instead of using the previous seawall funds, we're now going to be using the new funds. Like, for example, the project that we're all talking about on the wraparound on the art museum, where it has not been completed, that is part of the seawall. We are moving $10.3 million from Type A, which should have been paid for through Type A, through the seawall fund, over to the new Type B seawall fund, because we use that funding to pay for your projects in the marina and some other projects, okay? And this is the challenge, is that, we've got these pet projects that we want to do, and that's fine, and the city manager directed the staff to pay for these pet projects and nice to have projects, and not the protection of the seawall. So I don't blame you, I blame Peter, because this was under his direction. So this is nothing against you or Parks or anything. You guys were told to do this. And I just want to make sure we point that out. And there's not a dime that's going to go to that portion of the seawall this year. It's scheduled for next year, for 2027. So with Type B funding. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And at this time, because of the time, I'm moving item number 31 up to be heard now at the request of our police chief because of some time constraints our officers have. So they need to get back. Chief Markle, would you like to, or Blackman, or who's coming up? And I'm sorry, this is 30.
Presentation from the attorneys that we hired. It'd be unfair for us to have all this, to piece out this information.
Second.
To postpone the briefing.
Right. We're scheduled to get the report from the attorney's office from that, what is it, Daniel Scott, in mid-February. I think we should, have all this information at the same time, and I don't want to put them in a bad spot. So I make a motion we postpone until we get the briefing.
I second.
Okay. I don't see what the difference is. Councilman Scott?
Yeah, I don't know what we're trying to hide here. I mean, there was a report, it was completed in December, it's available to the public, like it, don't like it. I think it deserves to see the light of the day. I don't want to be associated with postponing a report that's been provided, that's been worked on by our police department and is ready to share with the public. Full disclosure, I didn't read the whole report, so I was just kind of waiting for, so I'm really uncomfortable about having this on the agenda, telling the world they're going to get to see the report, and then going, no, we're going to wait, and we're going to wait. So I'm not supportive of delaying, and I get there's another report coming, I guess. I don't know that it's a fraud report, but you're ready to share it? It's a closed report. I think the public has a right to know, and I think they actually want to know. That's the questions I get, is when do they get to see the report? So
It's a presentation. It is being transparent, and I don't think there's any reason not to put it out here because it is public. Is it not public record? Either way, it's right. It's part of. I don't see how it makes any difference for whatever is coming in February. So I'd like to keep it on, and like you just mentioned, we posted it in the agenda to present. Well,
Mayor, if I may say, I just don't want to put the police in in a bad position if they haven't had the opportunity to see the report. Might be contradictory to their report.
Who?
Well, I'm confident that we have a report that covered
I understand.
criminal aspects of this case.
I understand. I just,
Okay.
you know, like I said, I don't want to put you in a bad spot.
You're not. You just
Or
confirmed.
have you utilized for political purposes. So I want to make sure that we have all the information at the same time. Not trying to hide anything, not trying to say we shouldn't have a report. It just should be done at the same time.
There's no reason for that. I mean, there's no justification for that. Councilman Barrera?
I think this is the least of the political. This removes the political. I mean, the hiring of 2 law firms, the 3 signature memos are all politicized. I think this is probably the most apolitical presentation from a reputable and transparent organization that wants to provide this information to the public. I can't see, you know, we discuss transparency and we throw it around like a football, but yet we have an opportunity to be transparent with a reputable organization that has the utmost integrity, and we're telling them we're trying to suppress that information for convenience and trying. I don't think as the captain is, not the captain, the assistant chief has said that it doesn't put them in a landslide. Did I give him a promotion?
I think it was on public record, so the chief's going to have to honor that.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Deputy Chief.
Deputy Chief, apologies.
Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you. I don't think we're hiding anything. I mean, all we're going to do is just wait for the presentation, both presentations to be done at the same time. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think, you know, I think we're being very transparent. We just want to hear when we hired our independent firm to represent the council, and we also have our city police, our police department to come together and present it at the same time. What is wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong.
Councilman Cantu?
Thank you, Mayor. This report was to figure out if Philip Ramirez did anything wrong. And what I understood, he did not do anything wrong. There was no charges filed. His name is cleared, and I stand with that. Get it. What some council members want is to make themselves cleared to the public. I think there was some stuff behind closed doors that was wrong with current council members and past council members. And I think they're using the PD to try to say that, but PD did not investigate council members. They investigated one person, and that was Philip Ramirez, and he's cleared. Doesn't mean there are some current council members or the mayor or past council members are cleared for any wrongdoing. So I feel that we should wait for the other attorney to present his case, because I believe that's going to be about council members, the mayor, and whoever else involved in that deal.
Wow.
So that's my opinion, and I don't have no problem with tabling this.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep. You have a
Yeah,
recording?
this is
You have a
exactly.
recording?
Okay. That's, okay.
Nobody's hiding, Mark.
Okay, Councilman, we're out of order. Let's just, everybody calm down. Okay, so stop, guys. Okay, so this is honestly ridiculous, and it is not being transparent. We have a report, and everyone sitting up here that's going to vote to hold off on this, you should really be ashamed, because y'all talk about transparency, you talk about being open with the public. This presentation is just a presentation of what we have already been told, and they are not being put in any position. So this continues to be political. This whole entire thing is political. It's been proven, and every time it gets proven, we get a little flag thrown in. No, wait, no, let's go get this law firm, maybe they can tell us something. No, let's do this, and we're going with it all. This is just a presentation. Why are we scared of a presentation that involves our police department, the FBI, the Texas Rangers, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the DA's office? The public has a right to know the conclusion of those 5 agencies, local, state, and federal. Councilman Vaughn.
First off, Mayor, don't tell anybody up here to be ashamed because they don't support something. That's wrong. The other thing is, if you're so concerned about this report getting out and all of this to be over with, then go get deposed because you've been putting that off and it's costing the city of Corpus Christi money because you're not getting deposed, and another employee of the city that was an employee of the city is not getting deposed. I don't know why we have not filed charges against her for deleting stuff on the web. I do not understand what's going on here. In a court of law, you hear both sides. I don't have a problem waiting because I don't think, I read your entire report, the entire report. I've also listened to the depositions. There is something here to look at. You need to hear both sides, and I didn't see anything in this report that exonerated anybody. It did not, to me, did not exonerate Philip Ramirez because he changed it. They admit to doing, they changed the slide. So I think we take the vote. If you want to hear it, hear it. If you don't want to hear it. But let's be, that's being transparent. No one's trying to hide anything. If you are trying to hide something, or you don't want to hide something, go get deposed, and we can get this thing finished more quickly. Thank you.
Nothing's ever enough. Let's go ahead, and nothing's ever enough. That was my attorney, just like you would abide by your attorney's advice. And it has nothing to do, you know, being deposed and finding out more or less. I've been deposed. So, you know what, and that's why we have our lawyers, Carolyn. And I'm not going to argue either. Let's take the vote. We have a motion and a second.
Oh, we're going to do a voice vote. Okay. Mayor, can we do a voice vote? Okay, so you want to do all in favor?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to do a roll call? Do a roll call? All right. Is that okay,
The
Mayor?
motion, I'm sorry, please repeat the motion.
So the motion is to postpone item 31 until the Scott et al. Attorneys at Law report is submitted? That's the motion before you.
We
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
motion and a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, so council members Barrera?
Oh.
No.
Campos? Cantu? Hernandez? Paxson? Roy abstains. Scott?
No.
Vaughn? Mayor Guajardo?
No.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, well, I apologize to you, gentlemen, who were here to do this presentation, but thank you for your lost time. So at this time, we are going to, the council is going to go into executive session on items 33 through 36 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume our meeting at 6:13 PM. We do have some action, but we're waiting on a document. So we're going to move on until that document arrives. We're going to go to public hearings. Item number 25 is zoning case number ZN 8987, Clint and Catherine Tucker in District 4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is the ordinance rezoning a property at or near 1730 and 1738 Ramfield Road from Farm Rural District within the Accidental Potential Zone to Single Family 15 District within the Accidental Potential Zone. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for public, or Councilwoman Paxton, you have a comment?
Thank you. I know the comments from the surrounding residents, they were concerned about the level of density on that project, but with their request, that's a fairly low dense request. And so my understanding is that has soothed some of those concerns. So thank you.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. If you'll please submit your vote.
Mayor, can we do a voice vote on this one? I'm sorry,
Sure.
we're having.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 26 is an ordinance annexing a 109.109 acre tract of land located along the south side of FM 2444 or Staples Street, east of County Road 43 or Chuck Caslis Boulevard, and west of County Road 41 or Gilead Road, upon petition by the landowner ZBK LLC for the development of a single-family subdivision, approving the related service plan, adding the annexed area to the City Council District 5, and rezoning 53.211 acres of the annexed area from the FR or Farm Rural District to RS22, Single Family 22 District, and establishing the Farm Rural District on the remaining acreage.
Good evening, Daniel McGinn, Interim Assistant City Manager. This next item is an annexation and rezoning. The subject property is located in the London area, just south of the Staples as you leave the city. To the east, you have the Kitty Hawk subdivision. Across the street is Country Creek, Sun George, and the Promenade. This is just west of the Botanical Gardens. The applicant is ZBK. Here's a layout of the proposed project. They'll have some property along Staples that will stay potentially maybe in the future for commercial uses, but you'll see that the larger lots, the half-acre lots, are all to the kind of south of the subject tract. They will have detention ponds, similar to what we see out there in some of these other London large lot developments. Again, the site is 109 acres. They're going to do it in phases on the zoning. The first phase will be the RS22, which on that first 53 acres, and that will have 77 lots, and then the phase 2 to the rear will have 80 lots. Again, 2 detention ponds, and they're estimating that these home values will be about $800K, which is probably a little bit higher than what we're seeing some of the newer projects out there, but in line with some of the projects in London. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions. We also have the applicant's engineer here if there's any technical questions.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, the main question I have here is the disposition of County Road 41 or Gilead, I think it gets it's called on the other side of Staples. And the reason I say that is because Gilead, on the other side of Staples, is actually within the city limits, or maybe half of that street is within the city limits, but it's basically a paper street. So is this part of this, or, I mean, I'm assuming this is already, County Road is already in the city limits. How is it scheduled to be a collector? What's the status of County Road 41?
41, this, I think we've annexed that road already. That was we did some right-of-way annexations. I believe we have that one in the system already. And then you're correct, on the north side, I know there's always been some question about is the entire road within the city limits or not? Is that the question on the north side?
Well, no. So the entire road, I mean, what is it? Is it a C1 collector? What is it? What does the transportation plan say it is?
C3.
So it's going to be C3. Is that part of this development? Is it going to be, is the developer going to build this? Who's going to build this, the County Road 41 or Gilead?
The determination of kind of construction requirements would be in place during the plating process, and so that's worked out in that phase. I don't know if they've gotten that far to determine what portion or who's going to build what yet. So you have that.
Good evening, Councilman. We are in the preliminary discussions on the plating phase. Typically, when it comes to larger, as you know, the UDC doesn't require a developer to get into participation if it's above a C1 collector. When we have this type of situation where you have a major road splitting between two developments, Planning Commission usually entertains a half-street discussion in order to provide fire access and then multiple points of access based on the fire code for the number of units.
Well, the way that you have this set up, County Road 41 provides that secondary access.
Correct.
Right? So something has to be done with that road.
Exactly. So during that plating process, we make a determination if a C3 is actually required. As you know, we do master plan amendments because it's dead ending into a ditch, so there may not be further development to the south. Secondly, depending on the width that's required, that is where we also have a discussion about half-street construction to not put the entire burden on one developer or the other.
Yeah, this should probably be a C1, and I think everything on the other side of the ditch is King Ranch, right?
Correct.
So I doubt anything's going to go on that side. So, yeah, I wouldn't say you need a C3, but you're going to have an amendment to the transportation plan, but it's got to be paved.
Yes, absolutely.
To provide that second entrance, even if it's up to just where that second entrance is, unless I don't see there's a reason and that.
But we have started those discussions, so it's, the developer is fully aware. We've already engaged the fire department, and that's going to be handled during the plat.
Okay, and that's my only concern on this. I think the project's fine. I wish we could get sewer out there, but you know.
Yes, sir.
I wish we, but it is what it is. Yeah, we're not going to see the plats.
Correct.
So, but we will see the amendment to the transportation plan?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'll be looking forward to that.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll ask open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. We're pulling item number 27, so we'll go on to item number 28, which is discuss and consider possible action to eliminate drought exemption fee, as requested by Councilmember Sylvia Campos, Carolyn Vaughn, and Eric Cantillo. Who's going to, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I've been asking for the city to review removing this drought exemption fee. And I wanted to hear from the city what would be the outcome what would happen if we were to remove the drought exemption fee, which was started just 2018. I've been wanting to hear that.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. So currently, the drought exemption fee, the city has collected approximately $35 million since its inception. The fee is a voluntary fee. Those who opt in pay a set amount per 1,000 gallons of water. Currently, that amount is an extra 35 cents per 1,000 gallons of water. What the fee means to us today is approximately $6 million in revenue to be used on drought-resistant water projects. To end the fee, it's a 5-year notice to the existing people who participate in it. During that 5 years, the city continues to collect the fee, and the city also continues to spend the money. At the end of those 5 years, any money left in the fund has to be returned to the participants on a pro rata basis.
And do you have an estimate as to if we did not have the drought exemption fee for any of our customers? Say we were to just follow the regular stages of drought plan, how we have in stage 2 and stage 3, I believe have to pay a certain amount. I don't have let me see if I have my page. Do you have an estimate as to what we would be collecting if we did not have the exemption? For example, I think in stage 2, it's in page 13 of our drought exemption. And it'll have the following surcharge will be added to a customer's water bill, and then it's got like $1 per 1,000 and so forth. And then it says for non-exempt large volume accounts, a surcharge of $3 per 1,000 gallons over 12,842,000 gallons will be added to the customer's bill. So I was trying to see, I thought that you would have something to inform the public, the pros and cons of what would happen if we were to eliminate it. Wouldn't we just go back and follow these measures?
Sure, Councilwoman. I think that's a good point to make. So the measures that you just outlined, those surcharges, are optional, and they're at the approval of City Council. So City Council has to decide whether to proceed with those or not. The one thing that I can say, and I do want to share, so if we forego, let's just say $6 million a year in terms of revenue that's used for capital drought-proof water supply projects, if we wanted to continue that revenue, the existing ratepayer would pay an additional 16 cents per 1,000 gallons, or if you look at that over a typical water user, it's an extra 94 cents for a monthly impact on the water bill to make up that $6 million.
Right, or we could just follow our optional measures and we would make up, more than make up for that loss for using the drought surcharge exemption fee. Wouldn't that make up the money if we were to just follow what we already have and the drought plan?
Yeah, and that's again, it's council approval, but then that's also, those measures impact
all customers.
All customers, yeah.
Right. And I think,
including residential customers.
yes. But $1, I mean, for residential accounts, a surcharge of $1 per 1,000 gallons over 7,000 gallons. Right now, we are allowing the 7,000 gallons per month.
So that is what's in this drought contingency plan that was approved by council, that if council approved the surcharges, those additional fees would be charged for water usage above 7,000 gallons. That's correct.
Okay, so all this would be based on whether the council would abide by these measures. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, any surcharges in the drought contingency plan are council approved.
And another, I mean, I don't know if you can answer this on the water emergency timeline, like how many months would we have been added to our water emergency timeline had large volume users reduced their consumption by 10% last year? Would you be able to?
I don't have that.
Yeah.
I don't have that number for you.
Okay, because that's a good question. Because, you know, we keep saying that we would be losing money, but in essence, if we were to just, again, follow what we have here, then we would, again, make up more than we have now.
Yeah, I think the point I'd like to make is, and it's an important part, is this fee is paid all the time. It's not just
Yes.
in drought or times when
Right.
council would enact surcharges. It's a consistent fee, it's a consistent source of revenue.
And again, just to point out to the public, even if we were to end it now, it would still take 5 years for them to actually get off
That is correct.
from all the stages. They would be still exempt from all stages.
So they are, the participants in the program are exempt from surcharge fees. If we get into a point where we have to allocate water, it doesn't exempt them from that.
Right. Well, I had attended 2, I guess, briefings, one from Valero and one from Flint Hills, when we were going over the wastewater reuse. And I did, Flint Hills was offered a graph, showing us that they had cut back on their water usage. And like I said, well, the graph is nice, but how do we prove it? So then it just happened, I guess, simultaneously at the same time. I said, oh yeah, I know how we can prove it. I'll check with the water department. So sure enough, I did check with the water department. And as far as I can tell, they had not cut back on their water usage. So again, we need to find, I feel, and I think we have a lot of public support for this, to remove it, because the only way that I can say that, that customers will reduce their water usage is probably the more you use, the more you pay. So I feel that it's time for us as a city council to review this, and I just wanted to hear more about, what would happen. If you could get back with us, that would really be appreciated.
I guess I'd like some clarification on what specifically you would like me to get back to you on.
Okay, I guess let me go ahead and, okay, so, I need to know, or it would be good to know, at what point are the exemption fees not a good idea for the city? If we were charging .20 per 1,000 gallons, would surcharges be better? That's one. The water emergency timeline. How many months would we have been added to our water emergency timeline had large volume users reduce their consumption by just 10%? And that can easily be done, right? You just need to look at their previous water bills. The next would be, how much revenue would CCW have collected? Last year, had the exemption fee not been in place, and we would have just gone by what the drought, the optional measures, if we would have just followed the optional measures on page 13, for one example, during stage 2. I guess that's all for now.
Yeah, I guess I appreciate you clarifying that, Councilwoman. And the one thing I do want to make is the surcharge measures that have to be approved by council. It's a city policy decision, right? It's not an operational decision.
And I think that would be what I would like to hear from this council, because it's one thing for us to eliminate the drought exemption fee, but we have to have something in place to make sure that we collect our money appropriately from all the water customers. So that's what I would like to hear. I don't know.
The intent, and I wasn't here obviously when this was enacted, but the intent was, and I think this has the wrong name. Definitely it has the wrong name, but the intent was for those large users to be able to, it was a mechanism for them to contribute money to our water supply projects.
But that could have easily been done if we had just followed what we have written down. If we just charged them what we stated what we thought would be a good program, then we would have been fine. We would not have needed the drought exemption surcharge. We wouldn't have. I mean, I guess you're going to come back with the numbers, but.
Yeah, there would have to be a willingness by council to enact the surcharges to all the customers of all the classes.
Okay, because I know when we started with our drought stages, and we were charging people with their water, whenever they were using it in wrong days, or if, we were using it after the hours, and we were.
So those citations.
Until we changed the amounts that we allocated.
Citations, absolutely, we issue citations. The money from the citations does not come back to Corpus Christi Water, though. It goes to the general fund.
Which is even better. So, okay, I'll let the rest of the council members speak.
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, I agree on the wrong name, right? I think that's really caused a lot of confusion in our electorate. My sense is we don't want to be here, right? We don't want to be at 20%. We don't want to be in this stage. We want to get out of this stage. And what I think we want in all that is the ongoing contribution from our large water users to pay that 35 cents per 1,000 gallons. I think that gets lost in all this, is that that agreement is in good times and bad, right? Now, what's important to note is they are not exempt from curtailment, right? And that's the perception, I think, that this surcharge exempts industry from curtailment. And that's not the case.
You're correct in what you just said. Yeah, they are not exempt from actual curtailment.
And the other thing I think gets lost, we don't have the ability, like, hey, we're gonna surcharge you, but not the other classes, right? We'd have to do everybody's got to be, it's all or nothing in the surcharges, right?
I think that's an important, and I will let Miles comment, but it's an important part of the public utilities, the PUC complaints too. We need to be equal across the board on that.
Actually, we've posed this question before to our law firm. Surcharges are probably subject to all rights of appeal by out-of-city by extraterritorial ratepayers, the same as any other rate increase. So surcharges are not an unlimited free right to increase fees. The standard fee process procedure probably is no different than the drought surcharge in terms of having a right to increase those charges and not be subject to an appeal.
Unless it was voluntary, I guess, right? Because the surcharge.
The voluntary surcharge is not appealable to the PUC because it's
right. So we could ask everybody to pay a surcharge, and they just wouldn't have to do it. My point is, I like it. And Roland and I had opportunity to be with some of our customers, and I actually said, I think you guys should pay more, which is going. I'm sure they're all watching now. I think I don't want to have to turn to my ratepayers after all the things we're doing to raise their rates to go, oh, by the way, we canceled this optional income, and so we're going to raise your rate more. It's not a lot, and I get that, but as one of our council members earlier was saying, it's all going to add up eventually. And so I'm sensitive to that. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll move on, is that they do have to comply, right? So nobody can water their landscaping, right? So they can't water their landscaping. If they have a water feature, it's probably turned off. So their industry is complying with all the rules and regulations in place now. And in addition to that, they're paying 35 cents per 1,000 gallons. Well, he said 35.
It's actually 31.
Well, God dang it, I thought it was 31, and then I decided I was wrong.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Okay, well, it's 35 now. Today. Yeah. So they're, in addition, they are paying this surcharge, and I think there's a benefit to the overall ratepayer, and it's important to note, if we get to, whenever we get and have to curtail, they are not exempt from curtailments. And in that conversation, I'm deeply appreciative to our partners like Valero and Flint Hills, who have come to the city and worked out these arrangements to use effluent and spend a bunch of their own money to make it happen. And that, to me, that thing's indicative of this partnership that we have with industry. So my 2 cents.
Councilman Roy.
I think I understand where Councilwoman Campos is coming from, which sparked a kind of a thought. Because I've met with with industry recently, most of them, as we've been briefed on some things. And when you talk about consumption, it's hard to, you know, when you're a residential user, it's a little bit easier to try to figure out a trend when it comes to residential users. I mean, there are different things that affect us, which could make it go up or down. You know, you have a kid that maybe goes off to college or something like that. Or, you know, you have a newborn. Now, I guess that could affect it for more consumption, I guess, or twins or whatever. But when you look at our industrial users, I think almost you have to look at a trend, a minimum of like 3 years, I would think, to really kind of understand where they're at. Because, of course, you know, there's certain times of the year that they're going to spend, or the month, you know, yearly, that they're going to spend more, they're going to have more consumption than others. You know, whether they're going through a turnaround time and then maybe it's reduced during that time or whatever the case is. So I would love to know, because I'm curious also, because I've heard that from pretty much all of our industrial users, that they have taken measures in place and they've reduced their consumption. And if they've done that, I think that's great on their own and in terms of trying to help out. How difficult would it be for you to go back and look at our top, you know, our industrial users and look at a trend of maybe the last 3 years to see, is it trending down?
So I've got that, some of that information, just trying to be as prepared as possible. So in the case of Flint Hills, and I like how you said it, Councilman, in a big operation like that, trends don't occur every month, right? There's a lot going on. You have to look at long-term trends. And this is just the numbers, build usage. Flint Hills resources in fiscal year 2023 was 1.99. It's actually, 1.99, it would be billion gallons. Is that right? That's right. And then in fiscal year 25, it's 1.8. So from 23 to 25, they did decrease. Fiscal year 24 was 1.73. So fiscal year 23 was higher, fiscal year 24 was lower, fiscal year 25 increased a little bit, but it was still lower than fiscal year 23. If you did some average math, I'd say average over those 3 years they're down. I didn't do that math. This is just a table I was emailed.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, I mean, do you have to look at it even further? Do you have to go back and look at a 5-year trend? I don't know. I don't know what's appropriate.
Maybe, and I don't have that information here.
Because I think that, I mean, there's a lot
going on, and I don't speak for them, but, you know, there's turn downs and maintenance and all those.
And a lot of it just has to do with where we're at in terms of the economy and what, you know, what their product is. And so I do think it's worth looking at if we can. You know, I'm not saying it has to be tomorrow. I know you guys have a lot on your plate, but I sure would like to know that because I think it would be helpful. And maybe look at it, I think, 5 years even.
After what I just read, I would agree with you. Yeah.
So that's my thoughts. I would think that would be useful to council because it just shows us, you know, where we're at. Because collectively, I mean, theoretically, if you've got one that reduces it by a billion gallons a year, and and all of them did, you know, what does that really tell? What does that tell us? I think it gives us a better inclination, but it could be the opposite. It could be that maybe only one and everybody else has trended up. So I think I would like to see that 5-year. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think if you're going to talk about drought exemption, you're going to have to address the drought contingency plan because it really doesn't change anything. Because I mean, the drought contingency, I mean, if you can do a surcharge, it applies to everybody. And there's nothing in there that would change if you took away the drought exemption fee from their usage, right?
Taking away the,
Like if you took away the drought exemption fee,
yes, sir?
their usage doesn't change. It just means they don't pay the fee.
That's, yeah, there, I would imagine, yeah, it'd be, there's nothing
in the drought contingency plan that would require them to reduce consumption based on how they're using it for their processes. I'm sure they don't have great landscaping right now because, they can't water their grass any more than we can. So I don't think it would affect anything without changing the drought contingency plan. I think, the only difference that you have between us and industry is the residents have a progressive type scale. The more you use, the more you pay, as to where industry and commercial have kind of a consistent rate. I don't know, does that apply commercially as well, or do they have a progressive rate as well?
Yeah, commercially does have the same progressive rate? Yes. Oh, they don't.
It's flat,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, okay.
So that's probably the only place where you have a little bit of disparity in terms of usage. But honestly, residents use 13% of the total water. I don't think the progressive rate really does anything.
In terms of rate modeling, and you know this, Councilman, but the consistent revenue helps you with your rate modeling and rate building, so that the consistent contribution from.
Look, I'd rather have more water and be able to sell it and make more revenue than try to, nickel and dime people in terms of what we're doing with conservation. I mean, I get it, we have a total reduction of 5% overall from year to year. I thought I saw that in the presentation earlier.
A total what?
A 5% reduction in all water usage from year to year.
Jason Hale had a chart.
Oh, so Jason Hale was saying that, and I'm glad you asked. Jason Hale was saying at stage 3, our goal was to reduce it by 30%. It's actually 15%. Is the goal, is 15%. And then numbers, and I understand what you're saying now. The numbers shown that when stage 3 was enacted, we reduced it by about 5%, plus or minus.
Okay, so.
That's right.
I know we'd like to get it down as much as we can. I don't think we're going to conserve our way out of this mess. We have to find the additional sources in order to make this work. I don't think penalizing people with surcharges is the best route to do anything, because then that just reduces it. I mean, that's a way to make up for revenue that we lose through conservation. I don't know, there's got to be a good balance there somewhere. That's going to be on you as a water professional to try and figure out for us. But honestly, until we have some mechanism to save water, and we're different from other communities, I think, if you put some conservation things in place for San Antonio that's primarily residential and commercial, it's much different for us here. And, our industry is, to my thoughts, are a national asset for us as a community. I mean, we provide fuel for the nation and the world. So it's important that we supply what they need as much as we can. I understand we have limitations, but, again, I said we need to find more water more consistently over time at the best possible price. Conservation is great, but we're not going to conserve our way out of this situation. Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Okay. We just formed the Conservation Committee, right, board?
Yeah, we had our first meeting last week.
Yes, and I tried to, hear most of the comments, and what I gathered from that meeting was that they were more concerned with the drought contingency plan than the drought conservation plan. Would I be wrong about that, or was there?
So, Councilwoman, there were a number of comments about the drought contingency plan. What I did is remind them that the committee they were assigned to, the Water Conservation Advisory Committee, and that is the task in front of them. And since then, we continue to get a lot of good comments on that.
Well, and Councilman Hernandez is correct that we're not going to get ourselves out of this situation with the conservation, but I would like to take advantage of the people that we have appointed to that board and see if we can adapt or if we can amend their goals. I know that, no. Okay, I'm looking at our city manager, and he's already nodding no.
Yeah, because Councilwoman, it's already a big task just to do the conservation plan. I would hate to dilute their charge. It would.
I disagree. I disagree because I think most of the people that are on there are very, very concerned with the inequalities of our industry customers and our residential customers. So I think they would have a lot to say, and I think we could learn a lot from their input. So I would like to, for this board to be allowed to be considered to review the drought contingency plan, because the conservation plan is something I know that it's overdue, but we'll be okay, right? The city, we can still follow the current conservation plan and not update it.
We're following the current conservation plan, and the goal is to bring that revised document to council for review and approval in April, and that's what we're committed to doing. And we're going to use that board to help us accomplish that. I think if you change the tasks assigned to the board, it's a little bit of a bait and switch, right? They were assigned to the board for the water conservation plan, and I think we would have to ask for new nominees.
Well, they may have been assigned to that, but I think there was some misconception, because from what I could tell from the board, from the comments, I would say about 80% thought that they were doing the drought contingency plan.
I would disagree with that, not 80%.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm not, we don't want to, we want to make sure we follow the agenda, I guess. Is this on the agenda?
Okay.
It's not, this isn't on the agenda, the committee to do the conservation
No, not the committee.
plan.
This is about
to remove. But what I'm trying to suggest is if we could have their input, maybe to give us a more, just informative information so that we can make a good decision here and determine whether it's something that we can do and be equitable.
Well, Councilwoman, this isn't the place for that. Today, this is an action to eliminate drought exemption, not to talk about what a committee that's already formed and already met and already established is supposed to do or change. I think that's a conversation that you can sit down with the city manager and have. And then
The full council, but I don't want to lose I don't want to lose your intentions, Councilwoman.
Yes.
I think people are already tired.
I know, and that was my suggestion. My suggestion was for us to have a conservation board, which we did, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm just saying that listening to what they were talking about, it just seemed like they were really concerned about the drought contingency plan.
Yeah, I would
Okay, so back to this, the exemption. I still would like to get some more information, like, I just asked you, so I would appreciate that. The other is, can you just let the public know how much money is left from the $31 million? I think that was collected since 2018.
The question was
how much money is left on that?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
On that fund?
So it's 20, so at the end of last fiscal year, it was $21 million, right? But we do have a $12.6 million SWIFT debt payment that is scheduled for this fiscal year.
So that would give us a balance of how much left?
So you're looking at 8
million left from the 31.
That's 21. Oh, yeah, plus the 6 million we generate this year. I'm sorry. So 14 to 15 million, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to remember the 6 million is ongoing every year. Thank you, Camille.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. So the agenda item we're on is discussion on eliminating drought exemption fee, and I believe the author of this individual consideration item gave some insights for that. For me, reading this, not being a part of that agenda item, I am thinking through these courses, our rates, our water conservation, our water output, our use by volume, by different classes of ratepayers. All of those are connected to me when I consider the drought exemption fee. They're all intertwined. So, two things. First, I tried to make a comment during item 1 this morning, but unfortunately we kind of rushed on very quickly to public comment, and so I got lost in the shuffle. I wanted to bring some concerns up I had there under the city manager's comment, but since it's kind of connected to this, I'll air it here. Second, I've noticed that in our meetings since the new year, we've had 3 council meetings, and we have not been consistent with presenting our water updates in council. I know you guys are working overtime, and I know that our recent weather event has taken a lot of attention, but when we first discussed that last year, I was someone that really, really advocated for that. And so I'd really like if they'd stay on the agenda, even if it's just a, hi, Nick, no updates. You have it in your inbox. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll do that, Councilwoman. Nick and I had the same observation, like we got to get back to those weekly briefings, so they're coming back in our next council meeting for sure.
Thank you. It makes it a little bit challenging to bring up some concerning issues here.
Right.
In the right, proper channels. But so under discussion of droughts, exemption fees, and their validity, I think the format we have for the conservation group, talking about how do we conserve water, which does kind of relate to our DCP, that was formed by, of course, leading the charge from Councilwoman Campos asking for a committee. But when we were talking about the DCP, we were so inundated with requests for input, we said we need to get way ahead for the conservation item. So for me, I was really disappointed with the feedback I got on that committee from the members. I would really like to see some efforts that relate to the drought exemption efforts, which is how do we take a good hard look at our variety of ratepayers. Some of them are a little larger than others, and what areas can we conserve? What can we say as a city, this is our standard, this is how we'd like to move forward, kind of like the condenser at the Bank Center, things like that. To me, that was my understanding in making selections for that committee, was individuals who could have those types of conversations, and that wasn't the feedback I got at all. And so I'd like to continue that conversation. We can take that offline if we need to, that's fine with me, but I think that committee should be geared in that direction. That was, I think, a lot of people's understanding of it. Thank you.
Yeah, the charge of the committee is to update the water conservation plan and bring it back to council in April. I just want to reiterate that. So they're looking through the reviewed, the existing plan, the updated plan, and they're all providing modifications to that.
Councilman Barrera.
I guess my comments are, first off, I approve I approve what we're doing right now. I think it's great intent. I think the idea is never to go into curtailment. That, if we'd have planned much better, we wouldn't be in this position. And I think, the idea was for them to finance the majority of, where you have, the industrial users, thanks to Jason Hale, use but that's not counting the municipalities, but our large industrial users that we have in the graph that he sent me use about 30.7% last year. And so that's where that $6 million is coming from. What is it? But so I support what we've been doing. I support the increase that was been to 35 cents.
31. Yeah, I misspoke.
But there's another 5 cents that is used that they all pay, that the municipalities pay in addition.
Everybody pays the 5 cents.
That's right. Yeah. So
water.
Yeah. So everybody still pays that. So then, and I just want to ask, if we have an item like this, put together an email, put all your thoughts together, because right now we're all over the place. Put your thoughts together, put it as what exactly that you want, give it to the city manager, give it to city staff, and if you want to share it with some of us so that way we can support, I think that'd be great, because there might be some components. Jason Hale's a great resource, even though the majority of the time, I like the dig he gave me in his email that he sent me yesterday morning, but, or was it yesterday morning? But that just means that there's a lot of same things that we want to find for the better of the community. So I think if we get that stuff out, we don't need a committee, we don't need extra staff time, we don't need to delay time here at 7 o'clock at night, and I'm not going to use my full 10 minutes. But anyway, I just please ask, when we do these 3 signature memos, perhaps we can ask the other council member, have you done your homework? How far have you gotten on this? How much staff time is it going to take? So that way we can make sure that when we're here, we're as productive and efficient as possible for the people that we're representing. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I signed the memo because I think it's important if a council member wants to put something on there to get up to date. That's why I signed it. I do support what we're doing with it as well. Someone just asked me, why can't other users get in on it and not just industry? It's not my question. Someone just asked me to ask that question, so that's what I'm doing. Why can't they get in on it as well?
Is there a provision?
Why can't all users participate in the program? It isn't fair if only large users can. Someone wants to know that, so it's a valid question.
Yeah. We'll have to do some research on it,
Well, thank you, Roland, for clarifying that. I appreciate that. I will say, Mayor, that sometimes we get off on here, and I think we've all got to be compliant with what we're supposed to do. And if the agenda item is on this, we can't go all over the world. And we're getting worse at that, and we've got to stop it.
We should all patrol ourselves. And anyway, we don't need to get into DIAS 101, but there are some good suggestions. Memos too, because we spend a lot of time on them. If they were a little more organized, submitted with more time, and I think Rebecca has, you're the one that gets them. Anyhow, okay, moving on.
Yeah, Councilwoman, it was set up for large users, but it's 31 cents per 1,000 gallons.
Okay.
So
We're going to move on at 7:01. Okay. So item number 29 is a motion to discuss and act on approving and adopting the Padre Mustang Island Mobility Plan as an element of Corpus Christi's Comprehensive Plan, Plan CC, as requested by council members Kalen Paxson, Eric Cantu, and Gil Hernandez.
Mayor, I move to approve 29 and 30.
Do we need to discuss some of this, though, Peter? In a second, yeah. I just asked him a question.
What was that, Mayor? I'm sorry, I was talking to Miles.
In passing this, does staff need to advise us of anything?
Just, Ernie just needs to give us a quick update on an MPO or TxDOT, right? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I was asking a question, and he just responded. Yes. Yes, I just asked a question, he responded, and your light's on, you're up next. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I had originally put these in as one item so we could look at them together. So if we can consider these as one item, that would be helpful, because to me, they're consolidated. So I know that Peter, we talked about the mobility plan. I know it's come to this council a few times. It's come to ISAC a few times. It's had the public hearing. And so to me, that for the better part of this document, it should be pretty much ready for approval. My concern and the reason why it's of high importance to pass this evening, thank you, Roland. He left so I could thank him, Lord. The high importance is the timeline, working with the MPO on that project, and I commend our staff here for helping with that. So, I just wanted to say that out of the gate. I try to avoid 3 signatures, but we're on such a tight timeline for that project.
Right, yeah, and Ernie's worked with the MPO, and he just had a meeting with them yesterday to tell them that we want to use the monies that they have in their 10-year plan, I think is what it is, for the project. And what they wanted was something that would be on item number 30, a resolution or a letter from the council.
Perfect.
The mobility plan is by and large complete. And as you said, there's been revisions from the ISAC. There's been, the council's seen it. We don't have it attached today to the agenda, but Dan, do you want to comment on it?
I would just comment, we were planning to take it to February 10th. Of course, we don't have the ordinance attached today, but it's a 2-reading ordinance anyway. So Miles, I think would it be appropriate, maybe we could just do the second reading if they wanted to take action on the plan today. Could we just have the ordinance attached and do the second reading at the February 10th meeting?
Is it 2 reading after the hearing?
What's that, Councilwoman?
Is it 2 readings after the public hearing?
To approve the plan? Typically, we take 2 readings whenever we approve a master plan.
I'm just curious if when we visited it last as the public hearing, if that was
I don't
considered the
believe so.
I don't think there was any vote on that public hearing.
No.
Yeah.
That was,
Okay.
yeah, that was a year ago, I think, at this point.
Oh, go ahead.
So if it happened to be 2 readings, what we could do is review it and pass tonight, waiting for the second, which puts it in.
Just one other, I don't think the plan is necessarily related to the Parkway 22. I think you could take a resolution of supporting that project. The plan covers the entire island, so the Parkway 22 is just one of 50 roads that it's identified within the plan itself. So I don't see an issue with taking a vote on a support of a project as a separate action, and then the plan, I think you can take action. I think we would just want to bring it back with the actual ordinance attached, so everyone could see the plan and the agenda.
My understanding with correspondence from Mr. McDonald's is it is actually very important that we have the mobility plan passed. And while the resolution is certainly a big step towards that, this is an important piece of that.
Yeah, you could do a one reading passage tonight as an option, if the council chose to.
You got to have an ordinance to be doing this.
What's that?
It needs an ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just a motion.
Sorry, I would
But
draw a motion then.
Okay, but.
And I thanked you when you stepped in the back.
Yeah, she did. She did, yeah. So we're not losing our place in line because we had spoken with TxDOT. So that's absolutely not happening. That was confirmed because it was a meeting set up. So these meetings were being coordinated with staff and MPO and TxDOT. But that's the main concern, is going from the 4-year to the 5 to 10 or whatever it is. But that's been confirmed, right? Paula said we're not losing that place in line. So, Peter, you had said that this was coming in February. It was complete with everything needed.
That was the plan, was to bring it that first meeting in February, February 7, I guess. But
Our
the
next
council
meeting.
they can do, we'll have to check with Miles here, but you could do a first reading approval tonight, and then we'll bring the
there's no
second reading.
ordinance.
You got to be, part of the requirements on comprehensive plans is that the comprehensive plan has to be what was recommended by the.
Right.
It has to be in the form and that it was recommended by the planning commission. And so you have to follow that process, and you don't have it here in that form. I think they're planning to do it on February 11th.
Right, and so is it too late to, it's not, Ernie, according to TxDOT?
Yeah,
We won't lose our place.
I'm not aware of any time issue here. I don't know if something was discussed yesterday, but I'm not aware of any type of time constraint, and Rob's here.
Well,
but
Rob's here, so Rob.
Oh, yeah, Rob's
is there?
right there.
Because I thought you had said to me that there was.
What's that? Yeah, maybe Rob, and Ernie met with Rob yesterday, didn't you, Ernie? Okay.
Well, and being on the MPO board, Rob had said we need to have a meeting with TxDOT in the city. And I think there was a time, it was of urgency, I guess, to a degree. Go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Rob McDonald, the Director of the Corpus Christi MPO. So I'll talk about the project, not the plan. I'll let you work on the plan. So the project is in our current 4-year plan, that's 25 through 28. In 5 months, we're going to do the next 4-year plan. And so if the timing of Park Road 22, which is in the current plan, slips a year or two, it's not going to matter because it may go from fiscal year 28 to 29 or 30. That's the construction dollars. The pre-construction activities, the planning, the design with TxDOT city staff to decide what that is, that's going to take some time. You can't do that in 6 months. It's going to take a little bit longer. So, Mayor, you were right when you said it's not losing its place in line. And so it's also in the TxDOT 10-year plan. But for the MPO, it's the 4-year plan. We only adopt the 4-year plan, and we're going to do another one, as I said, in probably July or August. And so that project will stay in. The money's good for a while, but it's now waiting on the design. So whatever that final design is, we'll catch it up, we'll attach the money to it, and it'll go forward.
So Councilwoman, what do you, I mean, our option is to wait until February to have well, we need an ordinance. We don't have an ordinance today. Correct? Peter?
Do you have an ordinance, Miles?
They have an ordinance that's already on for February 10th.
It's already prepared for the 10th.
Yeah, it's prepared for February 10th.
And it couldn't be prepared for
You could do a 1 reading ordinance with it tonight, couldn't you?
I haven't looked at it and compared it to what was put on the Planning Commission agenda, so I couldn't say for sure that this is the exact one that was adopted by the Planning Commission. We haven't done that research. We've done it, it's being put on for the 10th.
Mr. McDonald, thank you so much for being here this evening. Sorry for the late hour. In our district, we have a huge concern because this is a big priority. Correspondence came through the pipeline and made it across to several of us that we were risking losing our place with that funding for the Commodores to Whitecap portion of Park Road 22. We asked and we were told that there was confirmation that we could still risk losing that if we don't have our mobility plan approved in time, quickly, because you guys were going to review this again on the 5th. So the 11th naturally made that a little too late. And then, of course, working with staff, they coordinated with TxDOT and said that if we could get a letter of resolution, we'd still keep kind of the placeholder on that project. But my concern is still leaving us open to vulnerability if we don't have the plan passed. So maybe you can speak to that one way or another.
Sure. Let me see if I can separate it for you. So at the MPO, we're more about the projects.
Mm-hmm.
So the projects, all the projects from your island mobility plan, they're a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We at the MPO will wait for the city to submit a project, which they did years ago for Park Road 22. The scope of that was not dependent on the island mobility plan being passed. Even though they're in there, it's not definitive in our 4-year plan. Because our 4-year plan, the scope, the description of that project is really safety improvements on that stretch of road. I don't have the exact language, but that's what it is. Our planning, our funding allocation does not require to be in a plan, whether it's the island mobility plan, the city's comprehensive plan. You need to be in our long-range plan and our 4-year plan. And so it's got standing. It's not going anywhere as far as I can tell. Our recommendation to our policy committee, which is on February 5th, right in this very room, they're looking at an amendment to our 4-year plan, and that's releasing it for a 1-month public comment period. The first action would be in March 5th if that one line item would come out of the 4-year plan. It could. But as I said, it would then roll over in a few months into the next 4-year plan because the city would just have to say, please do that, and that would be a consideration for a follow-up action. Again, so the project is well identified, it's understood, and so I can convey that to our policy committee on the 5th, which is not the action. That action is just release it for a 1-month public comment period. And so you'll have all the way in through March 5th for that final decision on that one line item. I mean, we have, I don't know, probably $100 million of other projects we're approving. This is just one line item for almost $18 million.
Absolutely, and that would be of huge impact. I can only begin to describe to you. If we would like to have the best chance to not roll off of the first 4-year plan, the resolution would be step 1 in my understanding, and would the past mobility plan be step 2? Because I don't want to jeopardize rolling off and giving us anything but the best opportunity.
Sure. I think with that knowledge, I think our policy committee would take it to heart, and they'll make that decision.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your information.
Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you a follow-up? What decision will they make, the policy committee?
In February, it's releasing the 4-year TIP amendment.
Right.
Which again has mostly transit projects and other projects, so about $100 million to.
Just to release it or not?
For public comment.
Right. Are they targeting this project in particular or something?
No, it's listed.
Okay.
But it's one of.
And we can submit
50
public
projects.
comment, the city can submit public comment to say, we really want this in the first 4-year program?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll be doing that.
Yeah, but
Yep.
Peter.
It could be a letter, resolution, email.
Well, we'll do all those.
Yeah.
You'll have the resolution, but I'll send a letter myself as the
Yeah.
city manager to say,
And-
this has got to stay in this 4-year block. We don't want to wait another
Okay.
couple of years, you
Yeah,
know?
so I coordinated a meeting that happened yesterday.
Right.
Ernie was at the meeting, MPO was at the meeting, and TxDOT. And the whole meeting was about making absolute certain we were not going to lose our place in line.
Okay.
And Paula, what is her last name again?
Oh, Sales Evans.
Sales Evan, yeah. And she was there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and so they assured us, because that was the concern. you
Okay,
know.
but we'll follow their process and
Absolutely.
and comment. Ernie, you want to say a few words there?
Sure.
Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. So to clarify, I think the jeopardy that you were speaking to was that when TxDOT is going to go through a project on Park Road 22, which is on system, they need to be in alignment with what the city's scope is. And so the plan, in some respects, was not in alignment with TxDOT's design standards. So that was the issue. And so TxDOT was telling us, look, we cannot move forward if that's your scope. The issue was really the golf carts. That is on the plan. And so what we were telling TxDOT is like, okay, we understand that you cannot have golf carts in the right-of-way as part of the design criteria. And so we will send you a letter from the city saying that the scope that we would want would be a scope aligned with TxDOT's design criteria as per the roadway design manual. And so that's one point. The other one is that, they focus on access and mobility. And so the operational needs and the mobility are primary. And then, of course, the bike and the pedestrians, a shared use pass, something like that may be secondary. They did mention other category fundings that are available to handle those kind of needs, but the primary need is mobility and access and safety along the corridor. And that's what they want, that commitment from us.
Okay, thank you. So the concerns with the mobility plan that we were talking about, whether or not it aligned with TxDOT, was referencing this type of a distinction.
Correct. That was the only point that was out of alignment.
So other than that, which this document we can pass and it can continue to have iterations, it's a living, breathing document. What do we need to do to make it feasible to pass this as soon as possible? I've heard you can pass it today or you can't pass it today. We can pass it on the first reading today. We can get an ordinance and pass it on the 11th. What do we need to do legally?
Yeah, well, Ernie, do we have to, should we amend the plan for the golf cart discussion you just had?
Well, I think like Robert was saying, the plan is independent of the scope we give to TxDOT. So as long as we give TxDOT that commitment on the scope, the plan really doesn't impact it. Now, there may be things on the plan that won't be realized, like a golf cart lane and a shared use path, But as long as we tell TxDOT, we're going to abide by your design standards and this is the scope we want for Park Road 22, that's really all they need from us.
Okay. So, Councilwoman, I would recommend that, so the council has the plan. I know they all have been briefed on it, but nobody has it in front of them, I don't think, right now. I would recommend we put it on for that first meeting in February 7.
Right.
And do a first reading. We could do a two-read approval that day, or we could do the 7th and then the 17th, but.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if we're looking at, excuse me, I don't mean to
No,
interrupt.
you're fine.
If we're passing it as is, which I think it's ready to pass, barring that we don't have the ordinance here. If we are now having to make a substantial potential revision or modification to match the TxDOT, and what the feedback we're getting is opposition or challenges to creating that designated path for golf carts, I think that could be an issue. So if we're going to revisit this on the 11th with that in mind, next week, ISAC has a meeting. We probably need to get that on the agenda.
We can, but we're saying you're saying keep the golf carts in the plan, right?
Yeah, the plan is to be however it is.
Yeah, Councilman, we're not recommending changing the plan, even though.
Right.
So you didn't say golf carts.
What I'm saying is,
I must have misheard you.
The plan does not dictate what TxDOT's going to do. Our letter asking the scope is what dictates what TxDOT's going to do on their project. So we've had bike plans that we've never brought to fruition. So in, say, for example, a bond project that has this citywide master plan for bike mobility may or may not happen. When you come to the design phase, if we have the funding, if we have the right-of-way, we would abide by the plan if possible, but it's not a commitment that we're going to fully keep if it's not possible at the time that we're in design and construction.
Yeah, so to that end, I would keep it like it is, so there's not this question of, oh, we took something out at the last minute. The plan is a guiding document. It's not the engineering, specification.
But if we're sending a resolution saying we're going to abide by TxDOT and TxDOT says no golf carts.
Well, that's why
correct?
TxDOT is going to get our letter, and we can go and submit a letter aside from this plan as per TxDOT, commit with a commitment saying that we want a project that abides by their design standards. It could be signed by the city manager, and Paula said that's enough. That's all that they need to move forward with the project and keeping it on the MPO plan.
But that's without.
That's without the golf cart.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's my problem. So what I'm saying is, I understand we can keep the plan. If we need to do a project aside that deviates slightly from the plan for various reasons, it's doable. I get that. I'm tracking.
Okay.
My concern is if we're going to submit a resolution to TxDOT saying we recognize you don't want golf carts on Park Road, we're going to play by the rules, we'll be fine. And yet we are adopting a plan that's in opposition to that, and we're knowingly contradicting ourselves. I'm concerned if we cut the ISAC piece out. So that's where I think perhaps this discussion makes it to their agenda.
Okay. Well,
because we need to at least notify
We
them.
go to all their meetings, so we can certainly get it on their agenda for next week.
Okay.
And then we can have an amended plan for the first reading in February 7th.
The 10th. 7th is a Saturday. When am I?
Okay, sorry, the 10th.
I'm out of town,
The 10th, sorry, February 10th. So the first reading, so we can bring it, the amended version to ISAC next week, if that's when that meeting is. Amend the document and bring the final plan on the 10th.
So this doesn't jeopardize our resolution, and we cannot pass that tonight because we don't have the ordinance, but we'll get it on the next agenda.
I don't think it jeopardizes the resolution. And Rob, does it?
No.
No, Rob McDonald said no, it won't jeopardize the resolution.
No, and I think it's wise to take it back between now and February. It's going to be ready for February to take back to ISAC because they're thinking the plan is going to be submitted as what they approved, and that's really not what aligns with TxDOT, correct?
We need to show them that plan, as he said, it's been in there for years. And show the difference. We're not negating the mobility plan, but we may have to modify for this. That's the feedback from them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so this is going to go on the February 10th?
February 10th.
10th.
According to
So we're not
Councilman.
doing any action now, or unless,
We can
don't need
still
to
do the
table it, do we?
resolution.
But you could do the 20, you could do 30 tonight, which is the resolution.
Where's Roland? Does he want to hold his motion?
He withdrew it.
He
Let's do another one.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve item 30.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, I saw in this three-signature memo, because I know on my end, we lost funding for hike and bike trails in District 5 because we weren't ready, or we just didn't have a plan in place for, well, I don't know if it was Parks and Recreation or if it was Public Works, but we lost that funding. So I want to make sure that whatever we do, we can get that, whatever funding's available, whatever you need us to do, so I don't feel like we screwed up again, like we did over the hike and bike trails in District 5. And
I'm unfamiliar with the case right now, Councilman, but I agree, we don't want to lose money.
well, we lost money.
Okay.
So we even had public comment from, what's her name, Sharindel Seuss, asking us to apply for the funding, and we weren't ready. So whatever we need to do, get.
So we didn't have, do we have to apply for it, or we had the money?
I don't know. Maybe you can explain it.
It was a
Okay,
grant
but
opportunity?
we're
I guess we
going
didn't
off
have
of
the
our
money then.
agenda.
Well, it's
Back to the
MPO
agenda.
funding for projects.
Okay, well, that's why I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah, this is not on the
It's either
agenda,
we
guys.
had it or we
We're
didn't,
not.
but it sounds like we didn't even
Peter,
have
I'm
it.
sorry to interrupt, but we're not going to talk, I mean, this is a whole nother item
Okay.
we're talking about.
Okay.
To y'all's
Okay,
point.
so should I do a three-signature memo on that one?
No, you should.
Why we screwed up and didn't get money?
No, you should talk to the city manager.
Well, I did
offline.
talk to the city
No, but
manager. I talked to
About
freaking, what's his name?
Robert?
Robert, and, I even introduced him to him, and we got nothing.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
look
so
Yeah.
Long time ago.
I want to support, make sure we can get funding for.
We agree.
Okay?
Yeah, I'll work with you into this case that happened here, and we'll get some resolution.
All right. Oh, and Mayor, don't forget.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, thank you,
Okay,
Councilman.
We'll go to that next.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the audience?
It's not a resolution, though, right? It's just a motion, because it says there's
It's
no
a motion-
resolution.
Motion to discuss the passing of a
Well,
council.
there's no resolution, right? So it's just a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's no resolution, so
Yeah,
we're
just a
just going to make it a motion. Okay,
Right.
great.
So we need, right, a motion and a second. Rebecca, what are you saying? Right, okay.
The item says it's a resolution. It's not, because we don't have a resolution attached, so we're just going to pass a motion. So it's going to be motion in support of the MPO project, CSJ, the rest of the wording, but where it says a resolution, we don't have one before us, so it would just be a motion.
Okay, you're changing. Okay, resolution.
To them, okay.
Not a resolution. Okay, would anyone, I'm going to open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, Councilman Hernandez, you have a motion for item number 33.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the execution of agreements with the owners of approximately 5,047 acres of Lye Ranch to provide the city with options to purchase groundwater rights on generally similar terms as the Evangeline groundwater rights purchase and sales agreement in exchange for mutual commitments regarding permitting and city obligations in the total amount of up to $315,400 per year for said options.
Well, we'll have to do an agreement. We'll have to ratify.
You seconded, okay. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
315 is not.
Yeah, we do. Okay, the motion carries. And our last item of the evening is item number 32, and that is Animal Care Services operational briefing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kathleen Chapa, Director of Animal Care Services, here to provide our operational briefing. With me today is Ms. Cynthia Martinez, Assistant Director of Operations. Before I start the presentation, I want to take a moment to recognize the remarkable dedication of our Animal Care Services team. Every day, they arrive ready to face challenges and meet the needs of our community, and it's truly an honor to serve alongside them. In June 2023, Animal Care Services became a standalone department as part of our commitment to improving our operations. The city manager identified years of operational challenges within ACS, prompting the decision to conduct a comprehensive operational study. This assessment aimed to evaluate our policies, procedures, workflow, facility effectiveness, communication, culture, and staffing. In September of 2023, the City Council approved engaging Citygate associates to spearhead this crucial assessment. Together, we are embarking on a multi-year initiative to restructure animal care services across all divisions. Our primary goal is to enhance the department's effectiveness and improve our service to the community. We understand that meaningful improvements take time. A one-year turnaround is not feasible. Addressing issues like pet overpopulation requires not only our efforts, but also public support, partnerships, education, and community involvement. Despite these challenges, we are making strides toward empowering Corpus Christi Animal Care Services to effectively advocate for, promote, and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of our residents and their pets. Thank you for your support as we continue our vital work. Today, we're going to overview our Citygate operational assessment for FY25 progress report. We're going to look at our capital improvement projects and FY 2026 first quarter shelter statistics. The report, including appendices listed the completed recommendations, was sent to City Council on December 12th of 2025. A little background. On May 8th of 2025, Animal Care Services, in collaboration with Citygate Associates, presented the findings of their operational assessment to the City Council. Citygate's evaluation produced a comprehensive roadmap comprising of 170 recommendations to modernize ACS operations. A majority of the recommendations were related to internal operations, including policies and procedures. Citygate organized the 170 recommendations into 7 categories: standard operating procedures, operations, staffing, website, facilities, culture, and statistics. On this side, it lays out the recommendations in categories. The largest category being our standard operating procedures. This slide illustrates the original implementation timeline. The majority of recommendations relate to internal operations, including policies and procedures. Every level of ACS leadership, executives, supervisors, and leads meet with Citygate weekly. With the constant engagement and determination to build a solid foundation, ACS successfully implemented 96 of the 170 recommendations, surpassing our goal of 65 by 31. Initially, Citygate and ACS aimed to implement 65 of the 170 recommendations outlined in Citygate Assessment Report for FY25. By surpassing our goal, ACS has completed over 56% of the 170 recommendations. 9 recommendations were completed ahead of schedule due to a mid-year budget adjustment approved by the City Council in June of 2025. This is an added slide from what was sent to you originally. We wanted to highlight some notable completed recommendations that were completed in FY 2025. ACS had ongoing challenges meeting the community's needs in field operations and providing consistent practices, priorities, and data entry, which led to the recommendation to develop a comprehensive field procedures manual that is given to every officer as a guide. With this implementation, staff are required to follow established protocols that ensure high-quality care and comply with local, state, and federal regulations. These protocols also serve as a vital training resource for our new staff, outlining humane methods for animal capture, restraint, and proper housing environments, while minimizing animal stress and ensuring officer safety. ACS was not in line with the national trend of opening to the public for adoptions and reclaims by noon to allow people who work regular office hours to come to the shelter, which led to the recommendation to open the shelter for animal areas at noon to increase adoption availability. This change was implemented on September 1st, 2025 to increase availability for adoptions. Since ACS was a part of other departments, it lacked the basic management staff to help transition the operational improvements that were needed, that were also outlined in the assessment, which then led to the recommendation to hire an experienced animal welfare professional for the role of Assistant Director of Operations. This upper-level management position was key in transitioning the operational improvements recommended in the assessment. The position was filled in July of 2024, and that was prior to the completion of the report because we did understand that was needed. A lack of dedicated dispatcher put officer safety at risk and led to inefficiencies in call response time and assignments. The recommendation to add an additional dispatcher to improve call efficiency, response times, and officer safety was completed. And the dispatcher organizes and prioritizes calls for officers based on urgency, location, while also monitoring the safety and support. Acting as the central hub for field operations, the addition of the second dispatcher, which was approved by council in the mid-year budget adjustment, has improved resource deployment and oversight, enhancing officer safety in the field. There were 4 positions tasked with the responsibilities of volunteer coordination, rescue operations, adoption processes, and foster care management. The lack of clearly defined job roles and responsibilities led to missed opportunities to establish partnerships and enhance community engagement, which led to the recommendation to dedicate existing positions to volunteer coordinator, rescue foster coordinator, and 2 adoption counselors. The focused positions that were created have been successfully filled, and each individual is undergoing comprehensive training designed to enhance their effectiveness. These focused positions allow them to concentrate on the provision, monitoring, and adjustment of animal care, thereby fostering a more efficient and enjoyable experience for both public and our partners. And lastly, prior use of inconsistent information entered on intake and/or calls for service led to the last listed notable recommendation, to use standard and consistent intake and outcome strategies. The standard categories have been implemented to ensure accurate and reliable information is collected, thereby improving decision-making, increasing operational efficiency, and then while eliminating errors and inconsistencies. This is our fiscal 2026 implementation plan. It has been updated due to exceeding the fiscal year 2025 goal. Citygate and ACS have updated the fiscal year 2026 implementation plan. If you can see, we have completed 96 in 2025, and our goal is to complete 50 for FY26. We will continue to focus on recommendations related to standard operating procedures and operations, which account for the majority of the remaining recommendations. Our goal is to complete the additional 50 recommendations, thereby achieving a total completion rate of 85%. This is another additional slide. We wanted to highlight some of the fiscal year 2026 recommendations that we will be focusing on. Managed admission ensures that shelter does not exceed its capacity to provide humane care, such as enough space, staff time, and resources which directly impact animal health. To implement managed admission practice, it would be managed intake. Animal welfare organizations cannot tackle the pet overpopulation problem alone. Therefore, we must educate and support the public in caring for pets within our community. Managed intake is a crucial aspect of this approach. It involves keeping owned pets in their homes through various support services and educational incentives. Additionally, it focuses on collaborating with the community to find placements for stray animals without bringing them into the shelter. These changes in practice create more space for pets that lack safe environments, allowing them to enter the shelter without overwhelming the department's capacity. Essentially, this means that the animals most in need of assistance can come into the shelter, while those with support systems outside can receive help without being brought in. Improved data collection, response times, and officer understanding. Accurate data collection, entry, and reporting will enable officers to improve response times and facilitate efficient, targeted field interventions. Managing services requires a clear understanding of what is needed and what is being done. By standardizing our data collection, our officers are able to review call records quickly and effectively for key information needed to service calls they may be working. The introduced efficiencies are also allowing the staff to service calls faster. Training is being conducted to ensure that all officers have the same understanding of the response and how to best implement it. Train leadership in the effective use of developed Chameleon reports. Chameleon is the software system that we utilize to input calls for service and track. Due to prior poor data entry procedures and lack of understanding of the program, leadership had not historically relied on Chameleon data to make strategic decisions about resource allocation, staff time, finances, and program priorities. It's imperative for leadership to leverage data and reports to identify seasonal trends, allocate resources more effectively, proactively address animal care requirements, and enhance operational effectiveness. And the last one we'd like to focus on is to develop specific volunteer roles and provide training to the volunteers. To ensure that volunteers are adequately equipped with the essential knowledge and skills required for the effective handling, socialization, and care for animals, it's imperative to clearly define their roles. This will enable volunteers to address specific labor shortages within our understaffed facility, thereby enhancing our overall capacity to provide for optimal care and service. This chart illustrates ACS overall progress and implementation for the recommendations, and it indicates the number of remaining recommendations by category. If you can see, we have the blue are total, orange in progress, and green are complete. As of right now, we have 74 additional in progress. So our goal of completing 50 is attainable. Next, we'll go over our capital improvements progress report. A little background. Citygate assessment revealed that ACS complex is outdated and insufficient to meet current operational needs. Built in 2004, the ACS facility has not undergone significant upgrades since its construction. On June 17th, City Council approved a mid-year budget adjustment of over $3 million for capital improvement projects and staffing enhancements. This report provides the latest updates on these capital improvement initiatives as of December 1st of 2025 and is provided bi-monthly to City Council. Our facility enhancements included Kennel Building 3 envelope and HVAC, which is our air conditioning system, roof replacements and wash bay upgrades, our admin building, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, which are MEP improvements, an incinerator replacement, and security gate repair. Kennel Building 3, envelope and HVAC, or air condition. The project scope was to retrofit Kennel Building 3 to maintain temperatures below 85 degrees Fahrenheit, improve the health and well-being of animals by minimizing temperature-related stress, and enhance the viewing experience for potential adopters to increase live release rate. The project status: the design is complete, and construction is set to begin in June of 2026 and expected to take 300 days across 2 phases. Due to manufacturing delays, the actual air conditioning system should be arriving in June of 2026, with proposed completion move to February 27, initially scheduled for November 26. The contractor is working to minimize the overall construction time despite these setbacks. And again, it is manufacturer delays. And here's a picture of the existing Kennel 3. Next is our roof replacement and wash bay upgrade. It was 5 of 7 roofs that were replaced. The project addressed aging roof systems by installing new roofing on the CAT building, the maintenance and storage building, the administration building, Kennel Building 1, and Kennel Building 3. The project is complete. It has been inspected, and it is all on. The vehicle wash bay was to establish a dedicated area for washing animal care vehicles, focusing on proper drainage to manage pathogens and cleaning chemicals to prevent stormwater contamination and the spread of germs by foot into the animal care facility. And that project is also complete. Here are a couple of pictures of the roofs that were replaced and of our wash bay upgrade during and after construction. Next is our admin building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing improvements. It was to address the failures of condensing units in the admin and clinic building, which have caused inadequate ventilation and pose risk to the clinic and surgery wing. The design is fully complete, and unfortunately, due to manufacturing delays, the upgrades are now scheduled to start in July of 2026 and are expected to be completed by January of 2027, which was originally estimated for March 2026. And here are a couple of photos of the existing. We have our incinerator replacement. It's to replace the existing cremation unit because it's unsuitable for municipal shelter as it is not designed for communal use. The limited number of qualified vendors who can service the existing unit often results in several months of necessary repairs and maintenance. As of right now, our incinerator is in use. It is functioning. The project status, it is in the design phase. It's about 90% complete with an estimated minimum duration of 6 months for manufacturing and delivery. Picture of the example replacement. And the last project was the security gate repair. It replaced the non-functional security gate and the animal loading area. The existing gate was unable to close, and it posed a safety risk in allowing animals to escape. The new gate enhanced security to prevent animals escaping during transport. And that is also complete. And here's a picture of that. Now, for our next report, our progress, I'm going to hand it over to Cynthia Martinez, the Assistant Director of Operations, and she's going to provide the overview of the first quarter shelter statistics.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Cynthia Martinez, and I am the Assistant Director of Operations for Animal Care Services. And I want to take a moment before I present the statistics for our first quarter to acknowledge our dedicated team who has worked tirelessly both for the residents and the pets of Corpus Christi. From our on-site staff to our animal care officers, they have wholeheartedly embraced the recommendations brought forth by Citygate and are committed to building strong relationships within our community, despite facing significant challenges such as verbal abuse and even threats to their personal safety. Their resilience is truly impressive. We take pride in their efforts and their dedication to improving Corpus Christi for our residents and their pets. Thank you for recognizing the work of our team that they perform daily. So we're going to start with our intakes. And this is for the first quarter. As you can see, what we're looking at here is going to be primarily related to dogs and cats, but Animal Care Services does service calls for wildlife and livestock. You never know exactly what's going to come in. But when we look at our dogs and our cats, as you can see, we principally are impounding dogs with a total of 762 impounds for the first quarter. This is averaging out to about 250 intakes a month. We can move on to our outcomes. We had 811 outcomes for the first quarter, with the majority of those being adoption. We had 316 adoptions, 214 animals were transferred to rescue, and 112 were returned to their owners. Our live release rate by month, so we're going to be looking at the quarterly average the average for our live release for that first quarter is 80%, and of course live release is determined by the number of animals that enter your facility during that time frame, leaving with a positive outcome, being it returned to owner, transferred out, or adopted. Next, we have our average length of stay. You can see from the chart here that we have days in shelter, days in foster, and then total days in care. We break out days in foster because while those animals are still in our custody, when they go into a temporary placement in a foster home, they free up a cage. We put animals into foster care for reasons such as medical needs, behavioral needs, or to make space within the facility. So our days in shelter number is typically going to be lower than our total days in care because of that time that they spent outside of the shelter in that foster home. Next is our calls for service. As you can see, we had, sorry, my eyes are terrible. Our initial calls for service, in the first quarter, we received 3,402, and we completed 3,105. Of those calls for service, they're principally comprised of stray calls and bite calls, which speaks to the roaming pet problem within our community. The next highest category is investigations. Now, investigations, what that means is we have a team of investigators who will go and follow up on initial calls that may have come in as a stray, may have come in as a bite, or cruelty or neglect. And they're finalizing that investigation to determine, does this qualify as maybe a serious injury to a human being? Was this animal a victim of cruelty or neglect? Did this person get bit, and what are we doing to make sure that the laws are being followed as far as they go to quarantine? Next, we have our citations issued. As you can see, we issued, over 1,400 citations in that first quarter, with the bulk of those being related to responsible pet ownership. While we do understand that enforcement is important for getting our community to be better stewards for their pets, education is also important. But we do issue citations for those top issues that relate to the stray population issues. So our failure to obtain rabies vaccines, intact animals without a permit, no microchip registration, and animals roaming the streets unrestrained are our top categories for citations that we issue. And that will conclude our presentation. And we are available for questions if you have any.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I was really looking forward to this, and I was looking for my own copy. I think y'all already sent them, right? And I was looking for it in my email, so I'll have to look for it. Is there a reason why it's done quarterly and not monthly?
So you can see all of our stats monthly on our website because we provide all of this to our advisory committee.
You provide what?
All of these updates to our advisory committee.
Okay.
Monthly.
Okay. And as far as employees and are you fully staffed now, or?
So we're actively recruiting for every open position that we have. We do have, I believe, 6 officer positions open that is posted, and we're also on the schedule to go to the job fair.
Okay. And so when we do hire those officers, we do have the kennel, the equipment, the vehicle to go. So we have actually then 6 vehicles that are ready? If we hire a person?
First, we have all of the equipment that they will need once they're fully officers allowed to go out into the field. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I was also wondering about the retention of your employees. What is the average retention of your employees? I know it's a high turnover because, like you say, it's a difficult job.
So that is, we can ask HR what our turnover rate is. However, that does speak to what the culture was. And that is one of the main things that we're working on as well while we're restructuring and redoing everything at ACS, is working on the culture. And so that is going to help us keep our employees.
Okay, so you don't have it?
No, we'll have to get that for you.
Okay. Well, I mean, you have done, I mean, great improvements. Let me move this. It's like, you all have really done, a much better job, and I'm really am grateful, and of course, the calls as well. Again, me personally, I'm just not receiving the calls that I used to in my district, but I still see, I think, on one of the reports that District 2 still has, I think, some of the highest calls. Is that correct? Like I said, I was looking for my slide.
And you are Central City, so we will probably get a lot from you.
Okay. Okay. I guess it would have been nice to have received the presentation that, the latest one, because I was trying to keep up and I couldn't. But again, if you could provide that, that'd be great.
Yes, ma'am. And I believe it was sent, but we'll resend it out.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Quickly, hey, thank you for what you do. I agree with Councilwoman. I think there's great progress, and I think you got a plan. You're implementing the plan. You're ahead of schedule of the plan, and that's all good stuff. There was a comment, was it today, talking about the number of animals we euthanized, or was?
During public comment, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so so I wanted to kind of just quickly, maybe I zoned out for a second, I apologize, but, because you haven't, hello. So we only euthanized, which is one too many, right? 20 healthy animals.
For space.
For space.
Yes. And I think that was the part that was missed during public comment. It was 24 space.
Right.
Yes.
Which is 20 too many. I get that, but not 700.
Correct.
Thank you.
700 total.
Total, yes.
Huh?
700 total.
Right.
Yes.
But
20
that was for
for
medical
space.
Space.
Yes.
Anyhow, thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I have some individual questions on some of the pages. On page number 25, where you have the pie chart, you have 214 or 26% that were transferred. Is that transferred to local shelters, or is that transferred out of the city?
Both. So we do partner with some local agencies, and then we also have rescue organizations across the country that will transfer animals from us and take them to their
so
locations.
do you know what goes out of the city?
I do not know that offhand, but we can get that information for you.
All right. On page 27, you have averages of length of stay, total care of 18 days.
Yes, sir.
It's been my experience, you can hide things through averages. Like, do you have, what is your longest stay for animals?
I mean, it varies. I don't know the current longest resident, but sometimes it can be as much as 90 days.
Okay, so, and then some you have short as a couple of days because they come in diseased.
Correct. Or they're adopted. Yeah,
Right.
so our stray hold is 3 days if they are not owned or they don't appear to be owned. And then it's 5 days if they appear to have an owner. And so especially those animals that are highly placeable, as soon as their stray holds are done, they're pulled right out.
Okay, so that's why I say sometimes things can be hidden within averages. I would venture to say what we saw previously was the large dogs were there for a long period of time, and the small dogs were gone pretty quickly. Okay, so I think maybe that should have a little bit of caveat to what you have presented here in terms of averages.
Well, I mean, it is broken out, sir, by dogs and puppies, and our principal intake is medium to large dogs. So
I understand. I went through this at the RTA. They were like, oh, it's $3 per person per trip. Well, they didn't account for some of the ones that cost us $40 per person per trip. So I want to just, have an idea of what you're looking at. And I understand the problem is large dogs. You have calls for service on page 28. You have total activities, but you don't really have what happened, right? Did they find the strays? You get a call for a stray and they show up and they don't find the dog. How many were actually taken in? I mean, so it doesn't really give you, it tells you what the calls were, but it doesn't tell you the indication of what happened. Same thing with the citations. You have citations, but I don't know, how many of those citations were actually adjudicated in the positive where somebody had to pay a fine, or were they dismissed? That would be some good information to have on any of those types that you have of information, because we see this with code enforcement. Write a citation and nothing happens. I remember I went through the whole rigmarole with the golf course over in Kings Crossing, and that was a nightmare because the citations weren't being processed and they were just sitting there. So I'd like to have an idea of what that looks like. Okay, so I mean, just information-wise, don't just give us the cursory, hey, we wrote a citation. Okay, great. I want to know what happened. Are we getting, are people being held accountable with those citations? Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. On slide 31, I just had a quick question, and I do want to take a minute to thank you, ladies. The last time you guys were up here, we asked for certain details, and I see a lot of that here. So thank you for that, putting that in the presentation. But on 31, I was just curious. You have two columns under both sections. You have initial calls and then total calls. Mm-hmm. Could you tell me what those two represent?
Sure. So initial calls mean this is the first time that the calls come into the department. It is initiated. And then total calls for service, there are calls that require multiple visits or multiple steps to complete. And so that is our total calls for service, meaning that there may have been calls that were initiated earlier in a prior month, but we're still servicing those calls.
Okay. So is this like a service call, like a ticket rather than an actual phone call metric?
Essentially, well, the incoming calls is an initial metric. And then the calls so what this is tracking for us is what the officers are working. And so it's going to tell us how many calls or how many situations they've addressed. And it could take multiple visits to address it, but our initial calls for service are the first call that comes in from the community.
Okay. Like Councilmember Hernandez said, I'd really love to see a correlation. This is how many we get. This is how many we resolved, but how they connect. Because like you said, if you've got some represented in total calls during this month, they could be from previous months, they could be from prior. So if we got 3,000 calls in this quarter, but we're working on 6,000, those are from previous quarters. So something to correlate. We got a call and we were able to make contact and recover the issue, or we weren't able to find the animal. So we could kind of gauge that percentage, if that makes sense.
It does. So just to make sure that I understand, you're looking to see what percentage of calls are closed in a particular way? Like, so this call was closed due to unable to locate the animal, and this call was closed because it was brought in for quarantine. That kind of information?
Yeah. I think that would be really helpful, because some of the stuff, and gosh, with a 3,000 call list, that's a lot. So I understand that's a lot of volume. But the stuff that we hear is, we try to call a number of times, and I'm not saying one's right and one's wrong or whatever, but in that much volume, it's possible that there are some calls that we simply can't get to. And if I have to hear from the constituents, well, we're trying to call and we're not getting a call back, or we're not getting through. And then I talk to city staff and it's like, well, we're closing all the calls out. I'm just trying to build the picture of, hey, we get like 90% of them resolved. We're going to close the gap. We have another 5% goal.
I see.
You must be in that 10%. We're working on it. You know what I mean? Just so we have some data or something to close the gap there. That'd be helpful. I really appreciate your presentation tonight, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I just want to thank you for your presentation. The only question I have is, I was thinking about the last time you were here, we were talking a little bit about the pellets and identifying the dogs and the locations and that. Do you think, what percentage, is there a high percentage of dogs or cats that are from outside of the county maybe, that are dropped in to our county because we have the largest support? I mean, when you compare us with Live Oak, Jim Wells, or one of the other areas, our operation's a lot larger. Do you think we get any of that?
So anecdotally, I couldn't speak to that. I can say that if we're taking animals from the community, they do need to be a Corpus Christi resident. And so if someone brings in an animal they found, we ask that they be a resident, or that the animal was found within Corpus Christi. But I couldn't speak to where that animal came from before.
I didn't know, through that tracking mechanism, can you find
I
out
see.
how many of those animals are from outside the area? You know what I mean?
Yes.
I just, it's kind of, I hate to relate it to this, but, we've heard stories before about cities that will drive their bad people, or whatever you want to call it, in bus loads down here and say, okay, we don't have the room in our jails. We're going to drop you off in Corpus Christi. But it just makes me wonder if you guys track that, just for my own knowledge,
We have not to date. We anecdotally, I could only answer anecdotally that I don't hear a lot about, hey, this animal is microchipped so far away.
Yeah.
They're typically microchipped within Corpus Christi
Okay.
or Robstown, the surrounding areas. But I don't know specifically. I mean, that is something we could get information on.
I wouldn't spend a lot of time on it. I was just
Okay.
curious. That's it.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
Ladies, thank you so much. I want to thank you. I know this was a big presentation and a huge effort. It's unfortunate not everybody was here to listen to it. But we can relay the present. Can y'all send that? Or, well, it's in the packet.
It was sent, yes, ma'am, it's in the packet.
It was sent. Maybe you should resend it, just so we're certain everyone has it. Yeah. Yeah, I want to thank y'all for everything you do. I know we're making strides forward. And I know y'all are working on it, the rescue, the foster, and adoption.
Adoptions,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for the improvements you've made, the recommendations that you've achieved. And we're going to continue to do that. And it's very impressive that y'all are in contact with Citygate weekly, right? Is it weekly? Weekly. Yeah, that's really good to know. Thank you. Councilwoman Paxton.
I had one more thing I totally forgot. Last time you were here, I had to squeeze it in my last few seconds of my comment. I had a question. If we did anything to partner with, whether that's A&M Kingsville, A&M Corpus, I don't know who may have it, but a veterinary program. And I think in other cities, they have to where the veteran program students would come and issue basically free spay and neuter type services to the community. It works for them, benefits us, that kind of thing. If that was something we had ever explored.
I believe the closest one is College Station.
Yes.
Closest veterinary school is College Station.
We do have pre-vet students that do volunteer for us, like they come in and help with the animals and do socialization.
Maybe that's something we can explore if that's an opportunity and model it off after another city type thing. Maybe that'll be just something we can add to this community and try to help with the big need. If I can say that. But thank you, ladies, very much for your help.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Katie and Cynthia, thank you very much.
And Mayor, can I did want to recognize the Vice Chair of the Animal Care Advisory Board, Mr. Roland Dominguez is here. Thank you he's been here, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I think he's been
thank
here for most of the day, but we appreciate, he was here the last time as well. We had an
Yeah.
item on the agenda. So, Mr. Dominguez, thank you for your advocacy and being the Vice Chair of our ACS Board.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you, Peter. Okay, will there be, Councilman Barrera?
Thank you guys, but I just want to say, don't hold it against Roland. We went to middle school together.
Y'all did. All right, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.